never change the date of this stream. Imagine all the people in order to tell. You say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Futures aren't going to be flat. They're going to they're going to be yeah. Everything you can. Everything will be alright, alright. Alright. Not sold on this roof style, but it is an option. So we will look at it as such. We can change it later. Yeah. Everything will be awesome. Everything will be alright, alright. Everything will be alright. Oops. What's it trying to make? Something that is wood. Oh, trying to make some mill. I can probably. There we go. Want to be one. Want to be one. Alright, I have my other monster. I'm gonna go ahead and open that up. No. Do some more bosses. I don't know what level would be good to do. Right, I need to be prepared for that. Tristan's gonna do well. See, we currently have this up here. There's a plus side to it being up here, and there's a downside to it being up here. The plus side is that it's another farm. Downside is whatever we fucking get out of here, we gotta move downstairs because I'm not keeping the food downstairs. I'm not keeping the food upstairs. Because I remember from the last one, pain in the ass to try to go upstairs, get some cakes, go downstairs, get some cakes, you know. So here's another thing that bugs me. You ready? I don't know if I care about the crops care for the crops being here. But where else would I put them? Because I want to have not berries, but wheat, lettuce, and tomato. So here looks like it would be good, yay. Like a crusher somewhere else, that's fine. I mean, I guess it'll be fine. I think I'm just overthinking it. I'm just trying to think, where would I have? The fridges and stuff will be downstairs. Basically, I need to dedicate an area for incubators and such. I think we're gonna have to wait till we get to refined chest for we get a lot of like seeing what it is that we're doing. But let me see. I'm not getting the breeding farm till level 19. That's close though. Let me see. What is this? It's the 16. Servant. I don't care about the servant. I'm trying to see what other things get unlocked when. Grand Tail Saddle gets unlocked at level 19. That is going to be along the same time as that's going to be at the same time as the breeding pen. But that's only if we delete the Palworld Tower, which is on what, Lily and Lily. We also get stone structure unlocked then, which maybe we'll use, maybe we won't. Hi Jessie, how you doing now? And at level 20, we have access to the Elfidrin Saddle and the Dimensional Pal Storage, which is going to help keep us organized. And then we also get the weapon workbench. Pal Research Lab is also at level 19, so we can start doing research as Cooking Pot is level 17. That's the next level. We actually start making Let's swap out King. He's level 3 digging with dig toys. He's level 4, and that's all he wants to do. But also, no, let's bring him down and make him a waterer. Put the penguin on the crusher. Everybody's going to sleep or everybody's dying, one or two. I'm not fully awake, I'm not gonna lie to you. What do we have? Some of it's on the fucking floor. If you would like, but we have me would like an insomniac painting. Trying to open up some of these locations. Maybe exploring a little bit, give us just enough levels that we need. The invaders. Not what I'm going after. Okay, so that's where we're trying to get to. Get there fastest. I want foot. Probably, I assume somewhere from down there, yeah? Wait, is there a connection? I don't see one. We try. Yuck. Jesse, are you able to snipe that spammer? I understand if not. I know what your setup looks like. So. Got it. Hi, Psycho. Welcome back. Welcome back. It's the same day for us, so you're not going to be able to do one now because it is the same day for us. By us, I mean me. Tristan's sleeping. What you doing? Doing the Explorer. I've been really enjoying this run a lot. I feel like that egg over there would possibly be a Relaxosaurus Lux, but I don't want it. I might need it eventually, but I don't want it. I need to start adding pals to my breeding calculator. I'm still like 4 levels away from my breeding thing, but I do need to get some stuff unlocked first. Need to get the free pal alliance, so we need to do that first here, so we can get that. I have the points though, but I'm waiting for Tristan because they're gonna do the boss later, I assume. I tried to wake him up for dinner, and he was just like not waking up. So that's how you know he's tired. He rejects dinner. I just want the tower. I just want the tower. I just want the tower. Yep. Ow. Ow. I just want the tower, man. I'm gonna die. GG. Were you gone in an ad? Is that where you were, Psycho? Was I know the ads just ended? Just like that's one too. There's the tower. There she goes. Oh, I forgot to start the timer. I'm just gonna say it only. I'll say this timer's paused until Tristan wakes up, because I'm gonna make him suffer with me. Yeah. There was something I wanted to do. I wanted to catch a bunch of Vixies. A really bad throw, guys. Oh my lord, I'm leaving. What's this? Go shit out. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Is a muffler gonna kill me? Guys. Guys. Am I gonna die from a muffler? If I die from a muffler, I'll have to die twice. Once I've embarrassed me. Oh shit. Okay, I wanted to go this way. connect shit. Run away! Look at how low level I am. But to be fair, those mufflers are the same level as me, and I've caught things that are like level 35 right now. We have Valley Boss there. We did get ourselves a Valley already, though. What we've gotten so far, outside of the dog and new setting broken, you know. That one's gonna be really nice, though. Raining. It's raining outside. It's so loud. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. Get streaked on. Ooh, look at you. 50 stream streak is fucking amazing. That's awesome. Oh, there's another egg up there. Big dragon egg for this area. Could still be a Relaxosaurus. I don't even know what the other options are for the giant dragon egg. I know I don't have nearly enough heat resistance to go to the volcano right now. You're all that I need. Pixies. Because if I get more pixies, I need better balls. Because I can compress them, you know? I have to get a lot of pixies. Where are we going? No, I got a few. There's a little more dense in that area over there. Fucking go over there then. I'll just catch a bunch of pixies. We need like 48, I think. can catch another bronze cherry. Go north. Ooh, there's one right there. Ooh, Braloha. Hello, come on, can we get it? Okay. There's a chance. Not a very high chance, but it's a chance. Nobody, please, 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 please love me.
Yeah.
Please love me. Please, please, please. Damn it. Shit. Thank you. Whoa. Whoa. I got one. My dire house dead, which is a bit of a shame. But Heartblossom. There's a great guy. Put you away, because you're way too strong.
Yeah.
Heated body. Okay, okay. Bing. We're gonna get like a ton of experience from doing this, but what we're trying to do is we're trying to compress them. Because right now we can't breed them. We could go ahead and raise it up to 1 star. But those things can be expensive, you know. Whereas catching a pixie teat only costs 1 pow sphere. How about I can find those on the ground? Right over here. Okay, it is. For some reason I was like headed up to this other area because I thought that was where it was pointing to. It was not. This is the area, 100%. Water, not bad, not bad. We are going to be looking out for any kind of better work stuff, maybe like serious or artisan. That'd be cool. Maybe we'll get lucky and find a lucky. I don't necessarily want a lucky, but if we find one, I'll take it. Not if lucky actually does anything but work with speed. I think it does. is this range? Okay, so it's like down, like south. South. Here? South here? Fine. It gets less dense up here. Look, there's another blue. I don't know whose base it's at. Seems neither one of us is at a base. Well, actually, he might be. That has nothing. Nothing is better than bad, but it is great. What's this? What you got for me? No, I have all those. Thank you. I just remembered I could actually make the fishing rod, and I forgot. Start a random classes if we wanted to. I think I'm gonna do that after I get the Vixies. I also think I might smack these guys when I see them just around. As in going up and down, you know. Vixies. Is he in the woods? Vixies like the fuck just hit me. Oh, my stomach. No. Insomnia, Pyromaniac Spirits, and ooh, that one's really good. Having insomnia is fantastic. He always be producing. That's an acronym I made up just now. For Vixies. Okay. Serenity. Heavyweight. That's interesting for that. I think that's heavyweight at all. Beard of Sin. Okay. And Fatist. Not helpful. Not bad if it was a fighter. Oh my lord. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. I'm dying. I remember to go like all the way down the beach because it's a big area where they spawn. If I just stay in the one area, they're not gonna respawn very well. Like how the other area just got a beach full of crevices. Vanguard's good if I was carrying around, which I'm not. Clumsy's terrible. I think we can go back. Let's throw this. Let's get that. There's a couple balls over here somewhere, so we'll grab those. Someone is breaking into our room. It might be a kitty. Hello? You there? You gonna go lay with Tristan? Or are you just coming to sniff that chicken bag from the chicken yesterday? Does it still smell like chicken? Because you're a little weird. No, I still stand by that you're weird. You can mirror me all you want to. You're weird. But I love you, even though you're a weirdo. Earthquake resistant. Glutton and unstable? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Stats don't really matter on these guys so much as passives. Because they're not fighting anyway. I have no idea what was on that, if anything. Clumsy, no. Again, it's just like negative fighter traits. It doesn't. I'm not trying to actively make a negative fighter. So far, the best one is the one with insomnia. I don't know if insomnia would be better or if artisan would be better. I feel like if I got artisan and insomnia, I'd probably cry. But I ain't exactly holding my breath for that one.
Yeah.
I just got artisan. Ooh. Now I have to figure out which one I like more.
Yeah.
What the frick, bro? How'd I catch a pal way over there? I caught a penguin. Whoa. I can't squish that one. That Vixie's got lavish hospitality. I don't know. Hey! Where are you at? What are you doing? What are you doing? Get out of there. Lavish hospitality will be good to have on an Aegon. So we're gonna keep it for breeding, future breeding purposes. No, don't meow at me, sir. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Ooh, that Vixie's fast. Serenity. So now we've got 2 with Serenity. Serenity's not bad. Serenity's good passive, but we can buy it. Artisan can also. Insomnia comes straight. Everybody children. We have a very angry fucking landfall at us right now. I just earlier when I was on YouTube, I saw a video where somebody beat the game using just land balls or something. That's the kind of shit I like to see. Necessarily want to just be Sir! Stop! What's wrong with you? I'm gonna eat this cat. I love this cat, but damn. What is it? What is it? Come here. Come here, baby. Come here. What is wrong with you? Ugh. Get up here. Sit with me for a minute. Sit with me. You turd. You absolute turd. You know that, right? Is a turd. Yeah, I know. Do you want to get up on the bed so you can bug Tristan? Go bug Tristan. Bug Tristan. He's in the bed. Stop rubbing your face up against the bags. We have a bag that's just like filled with snacks. None of it's chicken, but he just is so insistent upon loving that bag. We're not gonna want it. Don't even look at me like that. It is a granola bar. Right next to Tristan. It's so cute. I think he just wants to cuddle. That's why he's cuddling with the bag. He's like, I just want to be held. I just want to be touched. I gave him chicken for his name. He's a good boy. Dopey sometimes. But he's my husband, so I'm just kidding. Ooh. Yeah. I mean, it can't. 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6. Okay. Should place me like 16 more. I don't know. Let's say 19 more. So baby, check out now. The mouth pack is keeping secrets. Thank you. So baby, so why don't you kill me? I think all the Vixie spawns have been overridden by Cuties. We have to wait until things start waking up. So the Cuties can fuck off and give us a goddamn Vixie. Well, I feel like it's been a lot less than 30 minutes for that Gumos to respawn. Serenity. Okay. You love me, begging you, begging you. What's up with these two? Does this have insomnia? And it's actually just waking up now. See. They have turned. How their tails move. They're so silly. Okay. And philanthropist and conceited. Well, if I was breeding them, that'd be great. So far, still torn between insomnia and artisan. Did not see you crying. How on earth am I throwing balls like this? I don't understand. What the fuck is my partner's game for cows? I don't understand. What are these? Oh my god. Work slaves and remarkable craftsmanship. Bruh. That's the one. Scarred is weird. The worst one. Sphere's home and on pals. I see. That makes sense, actually. Okay. Actually makes this way easier. I love having Lunaris in my party. Great. But damn, how the fuck am I throwing them that far? Okay, so we're looking for 48, I believe. 24 plus 12. That's 36. 40. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I mean, we could take 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are a couple I can't squish though, so I do have to get extras. Like, I can't squish remarkable craftsmanship, but I also can't squish lavish hospitality. Farmhand is really good too. Man. Jesus.
Yeah.
Foreman, not great, but whatever.
Yeah.
That's fine. Perfectly squishable. You guys kidnap a wild pixie. How dare you? He's just a penguin.
Hut. Ah.
What are you doing? I'm catching lots of Vixies. Specifically so I can squish them all together. Because a 4-star Vixie drops better balls. Hyper spheres, I think. Some really good passives on them too. But Tristan's sleeping right now. He's tired. I thought I was tired. This boy died. He's just like, psh, gone. I'm trying to be a little quiet. So he can sleep. How are you doing today, Dinah? Did you continue your little no catching game? Ooh, I am on the wrong island. No Vixies up here. I can reach. Yep. Fucking bird. Bitch, get in the ball. Don't be like that. Pacifist. Pacifist my ace. Infinite stamina. Also a great bird, just not on a Vixie. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Jesus. Pain in the ass. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 7, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 44, 45, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 40. I don't know. I'll catch a few more. Because there are some passives in there that we want to keep. I'm going to mark them as favorite. I should go there and mark all the ones that I could passives as favorite. But like 2-star, like number 2 favorite, you know. A different level. We've got that on a few things. Okay, let's do that really quick. No, 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 no. Samia, good. I'll say I'm gonna breed that, but it's good to have. Lavish hospitality, artisan. Actually, I'm gonna pass on that one. That one is good, but we can get it later. Ah. Feel like I thought we got another one. And stamina's good, but I know I had Eternal Engine on something. Swift is good on that. Lucky's good. Obviously. So is Lucky. Trying to go through and check the legendary passives. I know I have a few that aren't just lucky, but I have an Eternal Engine somewhere. I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. It's on this B guard. Fucking wild. Okay, let us go back. Actually, you know what? We'll leave this here. If we don't need to come back, we can just break it from afar. But this... Okay. Found another dragon egg. Let's go with that. So we are looking for, what is this? Not this one. This one's good. This one is way better. Does anybody want to name this? Vixie? Not this one. This one. It's a girl. I wonder if I have any, like... No, I don't think I have any books. With these changes. With these changes. Two. I have a farming book. Damn. At this little Vixie. This is the hardest working Vixie you'll ever see. Waiting to see what she dropped. Because she should be dropping better balls now. That was not what I expected. I'm close to it. Yeah. I'm gonna look this up. See, I definitely interpreted that to mean 4 stars. It's not 4 stars. It's the level in ranching. The like level 1 ranching, so it's only gonna give me 5 stars. Don't know what 4-star Pixie will do. Is it just like stronger? Digs things up more times? I don't know. I did get a Megasphere. Oh, but that's only because... Yes, it does level its farming to level 4. So I can get up to a Gigasphere right now. Huh?
Yeah. What are you doing there? It's a kitty.
Yeah, and you came in here trying to cuddle bags and stuff, so I put them up there because it looked like you wanted to cuddle somebody. So, I have a 4-star Vixie.
A what?
A 4-star Vixie.
Dang.
Took a lot of Palspears.
Capture them all?
Yeah. I can't breathe now. I'm just like, well, that's not hard. Guess what my 4-star Vixie has? What passives it has?
Does it have ranch mostly?
No. I wish.
Farmhand?
No.
Artisan? Looks like?
Yes. And?
Insomnia?
No, that one. I had another one with insomnia, though.
Slave and...
Remarkable craftsmanship.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Good.
Currently level 4 farming. I got up to 4 stars and I was like, oh, what was the point of that? Because it's only if its thing goes as farming goes up. Totally fucking forgot. But I'm not like overriding it. If I'd realized that, I would have given it to the one that had farmhand. But I also got another Vixie that has lavish hospitality. I also got another Vixie that has artisan. And I have another Vixie that has insomnia. It's a quiet day today. Had the C word for dinner.
Cabbages. Yeah.
Exactly. Cabbages. Yeah, I tried to wake you up. Your food's in the microwave. I told Kit Kat I'd give him a piece of chicken if he didn't try and eat it out of my hand. He didn't, so I gave him a piece of chicken. He's learning. Are you too tired still? Are you still too tired? But maybe we could do the free Power Alliance Tower today if we worked hard towards it. I burped. Pardon me. Also, I never really paid attention to Lunaris's spear homing ability. That was wild. I was like, how the fuck am I throwing it that fucking far?
Yeah, and you can get the Linares effigies, and that also increases the garment. Effigies are pretty good. Before you go to
One of them was above the rain tower, wasn't
there's 3 off the top of my head.
I can think of one off the top of my head, one above the rain tower.
One's above the 3 pillars.
Oh, okay. So that's maybe it was the free Power Alliance and not rain.
Yeah. It's above. One is on the like the small mountain with the silhouette.
Yep.
Not the big mountain.
Oh, over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
One is just up from the German side. I think the last one's near the Anubis somewhere.
Dorman Tide's like here. Right now here.
Well, German side's near my base.
So it's like around here.
From my base.
Here.
We're a bit up from the German tide. And I think the last one's near the Anubis.
The Anubis. Oh, okay. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 8:26 p.m.
8:26 p.m.
How long have you traded?
Hour and a half.
Sorry, it's
Yeah,
MEP.
you're fine.
I have betrayed you.
Don't even know what I'm going to do with you now. Push. Repeat. Okay. Okay. Maybe two. We did. Hi, Hop. How you doing? Should make a little fridge, huh? Yeah, let's put it downstairs. So tired. I don't want to be tired. I want to be weak. Um, You look more like a beauty queen from a movie scene. I'm a shopper in the round. I will drink some monster for my care package. Oh, we should stretch a little bit. I don't think I did that since I woke up. I think I just. Did you hear that? My arm popped. Yeah, take up. Crawl to fix my big ass. Am I carrying? Why am I so heavy? Oh, it's all this milk. I see. Let's drink some strong bones.
Yeah, sure. But take it easy to me.
What? What'd you say, babe?
Mum just put my chicken in the container and took it down to the fridge. So I just grabbed a packet of
Because it's in the fridge.
Yeah, can't be stopped. I'm also fine with dirt. I will have the seafood.
Oh.
This stop it. I am unstoppable. Oh my god, I've been starving to death. Okay. Come.
Let me take the mask off your face.
Oh my god. I've been unmasked.
Did I remake that?
It is not.
I think I did. Replaying Mass Effect? Oh my gosh, I've been meaning to do that. It's on my to-do list. Thing is, kinda like, I haven't played it since 2017.
I've never played Mass Effect.
So good. So good.
So good.
Ruined games for me for a while. Because I couldn't find anything that was as good as it, you know? You know, it was when you finish a series and you're just like, ugh. It's like amazing, and I'm not gonna find anything that's that good again.
Yeah. Oh, it's rough when games are like that. Like it's amazing, love them, but it's rough. It sucks because I hate them. They ruin other games.
I said cuckoo kachu.
Pikachu?
Cuckoo kachu.
Pikachu.
Cuckoo kachu.
Pikachu.
I am the walrus. Cuckoo kachu. I know I sometimes make random noises, but that was actually part of a song by the Beatles.
Oh, someone's forced.
What?
Nat's first again.
She wasn't even here.
That bitch.
She's got your notifications on, babe. She's
She
fucking
must,
ready.
but not yours.
Huh?
She must have mine, but not yours.
Yeah, no, that's what I said.
Oh, that's what you said? Okay.
I said she must have your notifications on.
Okay. I've got to reconnect my face. Oh my god, it's still connected. Let's go.
Yeah. Nice. Ow. Ow. bitch. Meow.
Am I still in the jam? I think I am.
Are you listening to American Woman?
America, yeah.
Okay, then yes.
Yep, you.
But
Yeah.
I'm already making wheat and flour. I need to put my bee in there, man, but I need farm slots.
Yeah.
I think we just need to get our shared farm getting going.
Nom. Okay, time to stop starving to death.
Where should we put our shared farm, babe?
That is a good question. Sure. Let's see. Hello, everyone. It's an everyone stream. I don't know. Oh, that's a good question. Not somewhere relatively safe, like not a lot of wandering pals.
I'm just gonna kind of make it like cheaper. Let me see. For example, like how many walls is the wooden gate? How many floors is the wooden gate? About
I feel like I need to explore some more.
2 or 3. Cool. But it sits in the middle of 3. Where it snaps.
One of these chests. Maybe this metal chest. How are you doing that? How are thou doing?
Alright, I'm gonna go grab some wood. I have an idea. I can currently carry a lot more wood than you can. I have 3,400 wood, so...
Oh, nice.
Yum, yum, meow, 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 meow. North.
It's raining.
Yeah. Yeah, it was raining earlier and it was really loud.
Oh, it's been raining today? Wow. Wow.
That looks pretty good.
I'll just make a generic resource gathering team.
thinking this place might be safe. Based on the fact I can't fucking find a way up. News. Oh yeah. This is safe. Excuse me, sweeties, you guys are fucking with my shit. Okay, we're gonna go that way a little bit.
Yeah, let's actually get generic resource gather team. Go get some metal.
Yeah, it's better.
You can be active. I'm not just while in party.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3.
Can you take my life?
Hello. How are you doing?
Okay. Okay.
My name is Aiko.
Up. Why is the game audio not getting picked up?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we're gonna try that again. Except for this time,
Okay.
I can speak in Japanese. Ichi, ni, san. Ichi, ni, san. She? Technically.
Or
Is it
Yon.
go? Yon?
Yep.
Roku?
Yon is the other 4.
Yon? Okay. Ichi, ni, san, yon. Roku?
No, you're right with go.
Go? Roku? Nana?
Mm-hmm.
Hachi?
Mm-hmm.
Ken?
Yep, the 9.
Yo?
Close.
Q?
Yeah.
Ju?
That's what.
Yay! I'm not even going that high. I'm just going to Hachi anyways.
You went extra.
Ichi, ni, san, yon, go, roku, nana, hachi. San, yon, go, roku, nana, hachi. Ichi, ni, san. I can speak in Japanese. Kawaii, kawaii.
You are so kawaii.
wants to fuck some shit up and just drop the first fucking. See, who minds? Who minds? Gonna pull out all the minors. You and 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 you. There you go. Have fun. Hit all the rocks, please. I don't want to deal with them. I'm trying to do other shit. Look, they're all working as a team. I gotta go back to my base because I have to pick up more wood. So much wood.
Oh, the wood.
All the wood.
I love you, my darling.
You. Bum you talking about?
Hmm?
Who's bum you talking about?
Baba. Babam.
Ba-ba-ba-bum. Bubba's bum?
Baba's bum. From those files.
Gotta relax the source, Lux. I have an epic pelt armor schematic. I'm probably not gonna use that.
Got to put these ones in. You know, put away, Tom. Rushel, stop floating, it's scary.
Who's floating?
My Rushel just started floating.
They have been obliterating these rocks. Like, fuck these rocks. You can tell which ones are like level 2 mining, which ones are level 1 mining, because the level 2 miners went for the metal and the level 1 miners went for the rocks.
Weird on.
So many pals falling asleep now. Really? Oh, did I tell you I got a Brillo haul?
You got a below huh?
Yeah.
Where'd you get it from?
Near where I was catching the Vixies.
Oh, it was just wandering around there?
Yeah. It killed 2 of my pals while I was trying to get it, though.
Nice.
But I got it. It's actually a weirdly badass fighter.
Yeah, like grassmares are really strong.
Like, he breathed poison.
Nice. shit he deals with while waiting that basis.
Huh?
I feel like shit he deals with while waiting at bases, just he's like the mental health worker.
Yeah.
Nom 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 nom. Freaking monkey, stop making sounds. I hate this sound. Happens too freaking regularly after bases. If that was it would be okay. That would be more okay than the sound they make.
What is the sound they make?
Anytime they finish a task, start a task, are happy, are sad, anytime they want to make noise, do that sound. And it happens all the fucking time. Anytime they attack, they make that sound. Anytime they breathe, they make that sound.
I love you.
I love you too. I love that you love my hate from pansies.
You're such a goober.
Nom nom nom. I'm interested.
You are. Which is also a goober. Okay, synonyms.
I'm a cinnamon.
I knew you were gonna say that too. I fucking knew you were gonna say that.
He knows me well. I hear lucky.
Oh, you're lucky. I caught a lucky woolly pop. Alice caught a lucky pangolin.
On this way I go. It's become louder, now it's vanished again.
Let me say, let me say. Oh,
What the fuck?
What?
That's the second time I've had the sound of a Locky. I head towards it, it gets louder and louder and louder, and then it cuts out. And no matter what way I look, it's not there.
That's weird.
Yeah. The only thing I can think of is for some reason the audio's flipped on some Lockies. So when you're going closer to it, it gets quieter. But that wouldn't make sense.
Looks ugly.
You told me that review. Maybe review the topic. Game okay. Game not okay. Game not okay. Game. Dying.
Where are you? Do you have a visitor at your base? Oh, no, it's at my base.
I got kicked out.
Got kicked out?
Yeah.
Who's kicked out my pony?
My connection to the host has been lost, I think. Is what happened. Why am I on this? In too deep and I touch some feet.
Are we listening to a different song?
No,
Okay.
I'm just being weird.
Okay. Just making sure. Just Spotify wasn't broken. You can continue being weird.
I can feel oh Lord. I can wait for this moment. And yeah, now.
For this moment from my life. I remember the worries.
That's a little bit out of my reach.
We ever met.
I
I can
can
feel
feel
it
it
coming
coming
in the
in
air
the
tonight.
night. Oh,
Waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh.
Baby.
I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh. Okay, let's see what it does. And then we do this, this, and then one, skip, one, two,
A pendant.
and then
Live a pendant. Oh my god, I'm on Gobfing's turf. And they're all hostile.
yeah.
Run away! Get me to the fast travel point. I'm gonna go find the Pen King.
Okay. You can send me, sir.
Me eating corn chips concerns you?
Yep, that's the part that concerns me. Yep. Fuck nuggets, dude.
That's not what you're supposed to do with nuggets.
Damn it.
Oh, do you remember?
21st day of September?
Yes.
Yes.
You do?
I don't know. Maybe.
What did we get up to last this September 21st?
Probably just quoted that lyric all day.
Maybe. That is a possibility.
Knowing us.
We also were probably crying because I had gone home.
True. Crying like 20 days, 12 days later.
And was this when you...
That probably.
I think we were discussing logistics of you, like, not streaming and moving.
Possibly.
Like, because I know we had been talking about that for a few places, a few
That's because that
days
boy
before
was
you...
pissing me off.
Oh my god, it's King Patrick's demon! Like, I'm starting to get to the point where, Rushers are not aggro.
Hmm?
Starting to get to the point where the Rushers aren't aggroed
That's good.
automatically.
That's good.
How dare you accidentally miss me and hit my flute? Captured the king packer.
Good job.
I can now have Demon slaving away. Nowhere, because it's not a base pair. Captured a lucky Rushel. And about to get to level 16. Really close. This will get me.
You good. Level 1. I'm level 15.
I'm right at the end of 15.
So am I. I'm like, well, 513 experience wise. So. I'm trying to build the base for the pals.
Oh, you want resources?
I would like you to join me and help me out.
Yeah, okay.
It does take a lot of wood though. So yeah, bring some wood. I'm running back and gathering some more wood.
Aye, my princess.
I'll be able to show you how I'm doing it too. Hold. I'm looking for.
Oh my god, I don't know when I got that, but that is amazing.
What?
Legendary metal armor schematic.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So we're sharing, right? Because we're just like sharing shit, right? Right?
Of course I'll share with you, my love.
Good.
I love you, my pals.
And me too. Okay, I just put a bunch of wood in this chest, so.
Let's see what else. 60 ingots each.
Not bad. Doable.
It is doable. It'll just take some.
I don't have anybody mining metal at the house. I've been mining all the metal myself. But I do have a dog in now, so that actually makes things a little bit easier.
So many Pal's passives are more useful when you're leveling up this slowly.
Right?
Oh yeah, easy. I'm making 96 ingots right now.
Get a bunch of ingots right now, too.
Little-
Does this mean you're not going to help me with this project?
I will. Yeah, I was just getting the ingots going while I was
I had to go to these sections. And...
Do you have the Pal box down at the
Yeah,
base?
yeah, I do.
Cool. So I can just do this. I'm so fresh.
Trying to go to these corners, these rows here. So
Oh, you're building here near the Anubis. Okay.
yeah, I thought that it might be a good location because sometimes supply drops spawn over here. So the way I'm doing it is I'm putting up walls and pillars to keep the shit in line. I have not figured out how I'm going to be doing the in-between sections yet, but that is for later me to worry about. So basically, here's how, look, for this one, I got, for the sides here, that's what it's lining up with. And for the other sides, this and this and this is what it's lining up with. Know what I'm saying? And then you just like go down and you drag, you can see where the bottom is and line it up exactly with the outside.
But that's like a center. Okay.
Just line up the lips.
Oh, I stepped in. Oh no. I lined it up and then I stepped out of the I might be able to do it from that side here. Do it from this side. If I oh, actually, yeah. We can. Okay.
You just don't want to use your wood, do you?
Oh, my wood's in our chest. Just want to make sure that the I lined up the lip.
You can offer suggestions as to how we're going to handle the gaps. What'd I say?
Line drops are nice.
Where'd it go? We're back. Just gonna go on a short little trip.
Gonna be really good for getting
Supply drops don't spawn at my house, so they spawn near yours.
They do spawn near mine. Not at my house, it's a little bit away from my house.
Oh yeah, near your house. Fucker! Distract, distract! It's mine, run away! Run, Roxy, run! I don't know what I got. Something green. The green balls, I think, and then green something else.
Survival or other schools.
Is that what they are?
They're the potions.
Yeah, 2 vital remedies. I'll give you one.
Remedies, okay.
I'll give you one.
No, you can have them.
Alright.
I've been doing a few dungeons and I've got some.
Okay.
I'm not sure how we're gonna handle the gaps, but
I figure in the smaller gaps we could just put a pillar.
yeah.
I'll have to get it lined up right because it's going to try snapping somewhere else. You can't try snapping it. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
It's still trying to snap anyways.
It will always snap.
Okay, so I'm going to try to... no.
The only way to not get it to snap is to build it like out the front like this. On the ground.
Want to be on the ground.
And then you can like stack them up.
I don't want it to be on the ground. That looks ugly.
Yeah. It does. What other thing could we do? I'll never go there. The larger gaps you can get the walls in.
Okay. Pardon me. Just gonna...
But they have... Oh, the walls have to be placed on the ground, apparently, not on... Damn, what a... The defensive structures are shit.
Yeah.
Genuinely, they're so awfully, like, made. There's no purpose in them. They look cool. But they're so awfully, like, programmed within the building. The defensive walls you can't put on... It has to be on the ground. It can't be on the foundation. The gates can be on a foundation and they can snap to, you know, other walls. The walls can't snap to walls unless a wall's already built. But it won't snap to the gate, it'll only snap to the other defensive walls.
And then, if you put the walls down first, you can put the gate on top of it. But you can't put... the, But it winds up stacking really weird. You can put the gate on top of it, but it's like stacks weird.
It's really weird. They need to just completely redesign them. A complete overhaul and redesign.
They need to be long enough to where they can just like touch, you know? Like this, just like...
You could snap it to that, but then... Good thing is you can snap the gates to things.
Look, I can snap the gate to gate, but...
And that's nice. And that looks good. But then,
Okay, what if we do it like this? Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. We center it. We do the center.
yeah, and then snap a gate either side.
Yeah. And then we see how much space is on the other side. But we do that on all the sides first.
Yeah.
Because it might be better.
I'm not sure what to do with these ones. Maybe just center one.
Yeah.
Good thing it is on most walls. I've already got the center to
Does one fit on the other side? I don't know if it does or not. That's fine.
overhang. Bit of overhang.
Oh, no, don't worry about that then.
Totally understand why there are mods for.
Building stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saw someone on Reddit with mods for. I added like all the fucking Call of Duty weapons into
Oh, did it?
it. Yeah,
That's cool.
that was pretty cool.
I get just like over, like not necessarily just like aesthetic.
Yeah, I was just reskinned other weapons.
Yeah.
Should be the last one.
Okay, so far this looks good.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Still have some gaps. Gotta figure out how that's gonna go. Oh, hold on. I mean, can do like that a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, helps a little bit.
Anything's really gonna be able to get out, but is anything gonna be able to get in? Maybe. Hello? Hi, Lucy.
Hi, Lucy. Hello, hello, hello. I mean, just putting that there actually makes it so you can't get in through the gaps.
Yeah, but it looks dopey.
It does look really dopey. It's just like if we have anything there, it will. We are trying to get this structure to work, but because of how the defensive structures are coded, it doesn't place well. But other than that, we're doing good. We this is part 2 of our subathon. Is the timer going?
Oh, shit.
That's okay. They get extra time with us, an extra hour since I've been awake. Let's go.
I was originally gonna just set it to like, just be, yeah.
Oh,
What'd you kill?
I'm shooting a hang gear. I shot right between its arm. where if it had a body, it would be. Okay.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just looking. Saying like not on ground. It's like not on. It's like not on ground. Not placed on ground. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, the defensive wall. So.
Pillar.
Oh.
Just trying to place another pillar in between. See if that would work. But alas, it wants to snap here, or says that it is not on the ground.
That and then.
It was worth a shot, honestly. I was hoping. I was like, oh, that's a good idea.
Because technically it's on. It's annoying that the pillars always snap. Like, what if I wanted a pillar in the middle here for aesthetic reasons?
Yeah, what if I just wanted it like in the middle of this?
Yeah, what if I wanted the center of one?
Okay. Alright, hear me out. Hear me out. Okay, let's see if this works.
Oh.
Oops, I painted it.
Nice.
I was trying to destroy it and I painted it.
Interesting. Yeah, it's just like... It's just not building on things yet. I hope they work on it a bit more, but it's definitely not going to be in their like essential things to work on. Speaking of Nox Trust, is there anything around here that is an effigy? A Nox, I've got Nox in my party.
Okay, hold on. I might be onto something.
Maybe.
Oh shit. No. This is just. It's because of the fucking angle. I don't get the triangle wall.
Were you trying to get the triangle too?
I was trying to get the triangle wall because you know you can overlap the triangle wall. You can if it's meshed into something that overlaps or whatever. It can overlap things that normally can't be overlapped. Where did this Nox come from? Is this yours?
Yeah.
Okay.
There are no effigies within 100 meters. But because it's not a wall, we can't. It'd have to be a wall. And in order to get the wall, it would have to be...
Technically that works.
Maybe we just don't have gates on the corners and just have these as like full walls.
You know what? Good idea.
And if we want like pillars for aesthetics, that's just the best we can do.
There. I just didn't want them to all be walls. It would have looked really bad.
Oh yeah.
But I'm low level. It's like all I've got access to right now.
One day we'll get something that is not wood wall.
Alright, I need to go get some fiber. I'll be back. I don't even know. Huh? I need fiber. If you have more fiber, can you bring some fiber too? Because we need to make some ranches.
I can bring fiber. Do you want me to bring aquatic fluid for the farms, for the berry farms as well?
I'm going to be bringing kelpsy.
You don't know what to do in Palworld? I'm not sure, Dinosaur. Think to beat the game? I mean...
I think you might be hitting a I know we're gonna say the naughty word. You might be burned out because you've been rushing it. Are you feeling burned out?
Yeah, it could be burnout because of
I'm not giving my Vixie, okay? That's mine. Okay? But I will give my Flambelle, even though that's gonna be pretty shit, and my Kelpsy, and my Foxicle. Wait, do you have something that drops ice?
I do have things that drop ice, yes.
Okay, well then I'm keeping my Foxicle. And then I will donate my Dumud.
Yeah, that's fine. You mean like all the tower bosses? You've done everything on hard mode?
You've done all the Ultra Raids.
You've done all the ultra raids? I think the problem is, like, you play the game on... This is not the place I want to go to. You play the game on a boosted XP multiplier, so you go through things very quickly. This is the problem with, like, boosted XP. It's fun for a single run, and then you get used to it, and then anything else feels way too slow. And then you can never play on a slower XP multiplier. I'm dying. Got to bring the berry seeds. Oh no.
Oh yeah, gotta bring those too. I guess you do that. Gotta bring some growers. Do you have growers?
They won't be very good, but I can get some growers.
I've got another brown cherry I can bring.
You don't think I got past the possible and then I turn it down? Oh, hello, Kaylee.
Haley!
You've been hit by a plushie.
Dinosaurx550 said, I only do it to get a gun as fast as possible, then goes down.
You do it to get a gun as possible. Why do you
Why
want
do
to
you-
get a gun as fast as possible?
Yeah.
Take your time.
Yeah, take your time. That's part of the challenge. If you do it to get the gun as fast as possible, then you've gotten where you want to go as fast as possible, and then what? What do you got to look forward to?
You've set the goal of getting a gun. That's your goal.
What are you doing today, Kaylee?
Maybe try a run without ever making a gun.
Yeah. Because you love unloading 2 mags into Mammoth. Well, is that all you like doing?
If that's all you like doing, no wonder you're getting burnt out so quickly.
I'd be burnt out after like the 4th time I unloaded a mag into a Mammoth.
Let alone multiple playthroughs of beating the game.
Beating the game and then be like, oh, the only thing I wanted to do was unload a mag into a Mammoth. Damn.
How are you doing, Kaylee? You had a question for Kaylee, didn't you?
I was gonna ask her how her back felt.
Yeah, and it's level 9. I just build things. Yeah, that's fine. You can build things.
I didn't know how her surgery was going, so I wanted to make sure her back felt better. Basically, Nat came in the chat and she was talking about how her back hurts, and I was like, yeah, my sister's back hurts too. Or, well, it shouldn't anymore. It should be getting better. It does? I'm so glad.
That's lovely.
That's great.
Is she okay? She is now.
What, your sister or
Kaylee?
Kaylee? Oh, Kaylee.
My sister, no.
Oh.
But Kaylee...
Kaylee's better now. She just had surgery. Whether or not she decides to disclose what that surgery is up to her. But she did have surgery and now her back hurts less. So.
Yeah, and my sister is, she had like a bulging disc in her spine. So she has to take it easy. It can't do like a lot of heavy lifting, but...
Both had sisters in pain. You're part of the somewhat itty bitty titty committee. I'm so proud of you. I was actually thinking, is that why you stopped doing sports? Do you think, and now that you've had the surgery?
No, she's fine. As long as my sister takes it easy, you won't need surgery, but... Yeah, we were discussing it. Is that a reason you stopped
Is that a reason you stopped doing sports, and now that you've had the surgery, do you think you'll try doing sports again? Because I know you used to be really good at it, and I could see how puberty may have put a wrench in that. That's all I'm going to say. She's in her 20s now. She's good.
Things have stopped.
Ugh, Jesus. Because I was like telling Tristan about how you used to be like on the swim team and everything, and I was like, oh dear God. I was like, no wonder she stopped swimming. Couldn't breathe even while sleeping. Jeez. Are you breathing a lot easier now? Moving around, everything's just... I bet everything just feels so much better. I'm really happy for you. I really am.
Yeah, it is great.
You grew an inch taller. Oh my Lord. She was being weighed down.
Honestly, yeah, that makes sense. Your posture is probably going to be better from now on as well.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yes, we are glad you are doing much
She's
better.
already too tall. Look, this is my little sister. She was born when I was 15. Okay? And she's like 10 feet taller than me.
She's
Not
big.
exaggerating. She's that tall.
She's gigantic.
Now she can play basketball really easily. She just has to walk up to it.
Doesn't even need a jump.
No.
Ding dong.
If anything, she needs to bend over.
Yeah. And if you don't want to play basketball, you got a great career in setting up like
Oh,
concert venues. You can just reach like the top.
she could
Like,
be
10.
she could be a model.
Oh yeah, they always want pole models.
Yeah.
She'd be like touching the roof.
I know. She's gorgeous too, so it kind of works out for her. All right, we got 4 of these. That's 20. Do we need more? How many did we have last time?
This would be 16 and then 4 workers. We had this many last time.
Okay. All right. You can put the berry plots here. I'll go make beds over here. I don't know how many beds do we need now? How many? Oh, 13. I'll probably make 14 or whatever. 15. 2, 3, 4,
One missing. One
5.
missing.
Hold on. Do this.
Yeah, he didn't update what was in the chest.
I'm
But we
playing
are
this
glad you
game.
didn't update us.
Kaylee, play Palworld. Seriously, figure out how to get it, dude. If you got an Xbox, fucking get on the Xbox. If you got a PlayStation, fucking play it on the PlayStation. You need to play this game. It's fucking amazing. You started a new world? Do you know what you're gonna do with it? Go with a plan, man. Or don't go with a plan. What is it? Okay, so you build bases and you catch these pals that you can like have these pals that you tame and you can ride them. Come here. Come, Roxy, get your ass over here. You can ride them and you can fight with them and you can do bosses and then you make things and you build bases and you have all sorts of cool pals that do all sorts of different things. Like this guy right here, I can teleport to my house. Oh, apparently he's going to help me build these beds. That's very nice of him.
Yeah, you can automate a base with your pals. You can do power bosses. It's basically like
Do you remember when I played Ark? I don't know if you know much about Ark, to be honest. It's like Ark, but less dinosaurs. Not no dinosaurs, just less dinosaurs.
it's a combination of Ark and Pokemon and
Ark and Pokemon,
GTA.
and Breath of the Wild, and
Breath of the Wild. Oh yeah,
it's got gliding. It is fun. It's so much fun.
it is.
And if you have Xbox Game Pass, it's on there. So if you don't have Xbox Game Pass and you have an Xbox, what are you even doing?
Genuinely, they got rid of Xbox Gold. You need Game Pass for everything now.
But it's like amazing. You think John played this? Oh, play it with him. Tristan and I are in the same world.
Yeah, we are in the same world.
A lot of couples are playing this too.
It's a very, very cozy game as long as you don't build the meat cleaver.
I mean, you can build the meat cleaver if you really want to feel sadistic. But you can also catch humans and enslave them.
Yeah, you can just.
And you can breed if you want to. You can set up pretty bases. You can min-max everything, or you can... He sold his computer, but definitely check it out. Oh, rip, dude. That sucks. I could never.
Our computers.
I
are
have
like
another
no-
computer just sitting here, and I'm like, I could never sell this. Okay, do you have a good waterer? I have a good... I could bring in my bronzeri as planter. Where's my bronzeri? Where's
We
my other
are now set up
bronzeri?
for
There he is. She is. She's a
water
goddess.
power green.
Because bronzeri does planting. I don't want to...
The best I got is 2.
I'll put the valet in here to help with gathering. Or no, I could put the Grintail in here for gathering.
I could put a serious turtle.
What's the turtle do?
Just 2 watering. It also does mining and transporting, but just be for the watering.
Yeah. Let me see if I have anything better for watering. I think I have it. Oh, I think I have another Penkang.
It's the same as Penking.
Oh.
About 2.
I see.
We have been playing so much of this since 1.0 came out. Like, it fully released a few weeks back.
Yeah.
Hang on. I can check my Steam profile to see how many hours I've put into it because we only played since 1.0 on Steam.
Yes, true. Well, no, I mean, not me. You have.
Oh yeah, true. Since 1.0?
Yeah, I've played more before.
Oh yeah, you were playing on Steam a bit before, weren't you?
I had both.
I haven't closed the game, so this hasn't updated, but over 350 hours were played since
I'm not addicted, you're addicted.
uh, uh, since July 9th.
Oh, I'm gonna put the ammo in here to increase watering suitability.
Oh, smart.
Oh, this for Venom.
Oh, yes, Venom. Yep, yep. Farming.
So I've got electric, water. Did you have a fire, pal?
I do have flame organs.
Okay, well that's what I was asking. Flambell. I have Flambell. Do you have? Okay,
I got a flambeau, and that's the best one I've got. But it's got insomnia.
that's good.
I don't have a Kelpsie Ignis, so we can't match those up.
No, I know, I know. Mal.
I do have a Sparkit. Oh wait, no, you've already got electricity.
What do you have to drop ice? Oh, actually, hold on. I wanted to pull that out and put.
Now Crest drops ice organs.
Okay. Here we got this buddy right here.
Ooh, yeah, yeah.
I need transporty babies. I have some Kilmaris.
I don't really want a Vixie here, but I could put a Vixie on though.
Okay.
I feel like we're good to make our own, like, wool and eggs and milk and stuff.
Vertical, just do watering. The Kilmaris just do transporting. Ambions can help with watering and transporting. Caperty, just farm. Sparkit, just farm. Kelpsie, just farm. Flambell, just farm. Malchris, just farm. Put this in here. What I wanna hear, 'cause it's true. Okay. And I will go get some berries. Oh, shit. I don't even think I hit that button, but okay. I guess that's a waste of fucking my dog in.
Oh, yep, you moved from, my love, you moved from here to there.
I didn't even click that. Damn.
You moved very far.
I know. The fuck? My dog is like, okay, let's go. Over here.
Go through the box right next to you. Take it one
So
step, but
fucking A, dude.
walking's overrated.
Damn it. I've done this. Alright, I'm going upstairs. I've got lots of berries, so I can donate some berries. Till everybody gets their berries shit under control. Oh, we gotta put a. I'm gonna put a metal chest there, cause that's better than.
So I haven't eaten, so for a bit I'll be gone, but looking. Okay, have good meeting, Lucy.
I'm gonna put 2 more crop plots down there, cause I just broke the berry plants at my base. You got the chillet. Good job. Good job.
Nice.
Also, I have a meeting for a bit, so I'm gone, but lurking since I'm locked down downstairs. That's fair.
Yeah, you've got to be up again.
Oh, I see. I'm gonna say this kind of goes into one of my pet peeves territory, where I say like, where it's like, someone asks for advice, I give advice, and then they don't take it.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. It's just a pet peeve.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my.
It's not like bannable offense. Can you imagine? If I didn't agree with somebody.
Didn't agree, band.
Exactly. Has muzzlehead. Nice.
Good damage.
Yep.
Good damage. I need to get motivational leader. I am crafting myself legendary metal armor.
I chose. I'm just gonna give it half the berries because it's about to make a lot of it myself. That'd be good for Zoe, for sure. Did they just? Alright.
No, an empty can of monster.
You're just dropping shit. You're like, oh, fuck this. What am I picking up? Aquatic pal fluids. I'm just gonna drop that shit on the ground and go pick up these berries. Yeah? What you guys are doing? Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Do I want to do the Mimogs? Or do I want to put speed on Kilamaris?
Ooh, that is a good question.
Because these are so much cuter.
They're so much cuter, and
They don't start with as much transporting as the Mimogs, though. So it would take more books. And it would be just more effort overall to make them even like half as good as the things. But I mean, like, I don't know. They could wind up being pretty good. Haley, I love you so much. I really do. I want to make a.
we talk about all of you regularly over there in the US of
Us
A
in
land,
the USA.
in the USA land.
Usaland. Talk about how my brother-in-law, he likes imparting his wisdom on his niece and nephews, and I was like, you shouldn't do that.
You guys,
Gotta
what I
do
gotta
it
do?
today. Bring the kiddos to the museum today. Have a great stream. I love you. Have a good time at the museum.
I hope you have fun at the museum. I hope you
Mhm.
have a good day.
Take pictures. Well, of course, they don't want to take pictures in the museum. I know sometimes they don't.
Live your best life without back pain.
Do a handstand.
Maybe not. It might be a bit too.
Nah, she can do it. I believe in her.
I believe. Yeah, I believe. Bye. Have fun.
I'm gonna get a serpent.
This. I can't even lift 5 pounds.
Oh, rip.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a while before I should be able to do anything right now. Don't want to rupture anything.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa.
Oh what?
Something is near here. Very near here. Oh, this way? This way. Something is very near here.
You got hand delivered a lucky bow?
I guess. Over here?
I'm just gonna leave this running for a while. This Incineram can.
That was so close.
Incineram, just keep working there, please.
There it is. What is that? It's a Nox.
Oh, interesting. Nice, nice. Its partner skill does become better.
Fucking ball!
We come to your base, but not to steal them. I'm gonna come to your base to fight the bosses, the like low-level bosses around your base.
I leveled up. I'm level 16 now.
Nice.
It's you. Mega shield. Lucky 2K boy.
Oh, okay, I'm happy for Kaylee.
I think I know why on 20 times is boring. Oh. Level 21 and I'm still in cloth. Yeah?
Yeah.
That's kind of what
Yeah.
we were saying.
That was our problem with 3 times.
Yeah. We had the issue with 3 times, which is why we're doing 0.1 times. Because even 1 times is too fast.
And the only way we can skip a tier is if we get a schematic. We can't skip tiers without.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm wearing a metal I'm wearing a metal piece right here. And I don't get this until level 23.
Mm-hmm.
It's so awesome. And Tristan, didn't you get that one schematic?
Yes, the legendary metal schematic.
Ooh, where is it?
Currently crafting one of them at my base, but it's taking ages, so I sit and sit around to do it while I.
It's gonna help so much if you help. Like the time goes down a lot more if you help.
My love.
Yeah.
The time barely moves, even with me helping.
Okay, so I'll come help too, but I'll put some. Let me get some motivational leaders in my pocket.
I had 3 motivational leaders and I was barely moving.
I didn't say. I said I was gonna help too, babe.
Oh my god, you help too. We suffer together.
Yeah, babe. I want to make one too.
You have the ingots?
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, Bushi has motivational leader. I know I squished a Vixie with motivational leader earlier, but so that one's not gonna count. Shit. Why did I do that? This is my message to you. Okay, so it looks like
Every little thing.
is there like a different? Is there like a lesser motivational leader?
No. Unfortunately.
And if I pop my Lunaris out, it's not really gonna help. My Lunaris has motivational leader. My Bushi has motivational leader. My Woolly Pop has motivational leader. I'm coming over.
Let me check what the handiwork on my Instagram is. It is 2 handiwork. If you have anything with better than 2 handiwork,
Yes.
Bushi, I imagine.
My Lunaris.
Oh, the Lunaris?
Has 4.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be a big help.
Yeah, I know.
Now all of us working together.
There, look.
It's moving about as fast as the crossbow did. Without, all of us working together. Oh.
That'd be awesome though. We're gonna be able to wear this for a while.
Mm-hmm.
What's it got on it? Like a what up and up?
If it's like other armors, it'll have 4 attack up.
Okay. I was just wondering about the resistances.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. Hang on. Let me get the. Every little thing is gonna be alright. schematic 4. We'll make...
XP rate is 1. Make it 0.1. You sure to do a randomizer?
You could do a randomizer, yeah. Randomize level and everything. No, I don't want that. I want
Yeah.
legendary one. Okay. Heat and cold one, but attack up S level 4.
Okay. I wasn't sure if the heat and cold would go up more.
Defense 112, health 400. Good increase.
Yeah. Let's see if I can brave the desert to get the shirt. How long did it take you to get to 16? Well, we started this 2 days ago. But we didn't play all day yesterday either. We just played Animal Crossing yesterday most of
Yeah,
the
we
time.
played Animal Crossing and then we played this about... No,
It's all good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm alive.
We played this for about 4 hours, maybe 5 hours, depending on
Yeah.
who you were watching. Cough, cough. And then we were... Earlier today we played for about 4 hours.
Yeah.
And then went to bed.
And I just got to 16 a minute ago.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's so fucking nice.
It's gonna be strange going to Pan server and being on run.
I'm like, oh god, we level up so fast. The fuck?
Yeah.
Maybe they'll be inspired and they'll set the server to 0.1.
I imagine not for the sake of other people who
Yeah.
might not have as much time as us.
Crazy.
Cutie named Aiko Heartblossom waited me earlier.
You're crazy bitch, but the fuck so good, I'm on top of it when I dream. Doing you all night, scratches all down my back to keep me right on, hey. You're crazy bitch, but you fuck so good, I'm on top of it when I dream. Doing you all night, scratches all down my back. Come on, girl, you want it all. The vista, you'll have to go down. Take it off. No need to talk. You're crazy, but I like the way you look at me. Crazy bitch, watch out so good, I'm on top of it when I dream. Doing you all night, scratches all down my back to keep you right on it. Anyways,
The existence of this song is just like, yeah, we wouldn't be able to listen to this if we weren't 18 plus.
this used to be on public radio.
Probably bleeping out the fucking part.
I don't remember, maybe.
It's really funny when on public radio here, they play a rap song.
Just like so
And-
many beeps.
And half the song is silent because there's so many N-words.
That is hilarious.
It is hilarious. It's like, what the fuck's the point of playing that song? Oh, but it's popular. Well then, why are you beeping it?
There should be like radio edits for different songs, like Gold Digger. For the longest time, I thought it was like, I ain't saying you a gold digger, but you ain't messing with no broke to broke. That's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
For the longest time, until I found the explicit version.
Yeah, Bruno Mars's song. I used to always.
Which one?
I listened to it the other day.
No more song the other day. Probably did.
I used to think it always said friggin', but the normal version it says fucking. There are radio edits of some songs, but it's not many. Typically they just beep them because it's easier. Okay.
I took it. It's mine now. Blah! I'm just kidding. I'll give it back.
Please start. Don't. Please start.
Okay, I need to take that thing though, because all my shit's at home.
Okay, it's in this chest? No. One of these chests. Metal one?
Gotcha.
You got it?
Yeah.
Nice. So I'm going from 32 defense, 91 health, to 112 defense, 400 health.
Nice.
The resistance of us are both 1 and 1 still, but that's honestly fine. That lets me do stuff with ease.
Question.
Answer.
Are you going to help me craft this, or are you just going to say, I contributed the recipe book, I don't need the help with anything else?
I contributed the recipe book. I'm an asshole. I will never help you, my love. Because you helped me. You showed me that you are willing to help me when I never said I would help you at all. I'm on my way.
Got some gigaspheres. Because of my fixie.
Oh, your egg is done. Your egg. It's done.
91 to 112, 325 to 400. Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah, all the legendary armor recipes have, like, tack up 4.
So, do you see this little thing behind me? Not the Lunaris.
Lunaris is ass.
No, look at the ground. Is that glowing and flashing blue for you?
The rug?
No, the floor. Underneath the Lunaris.
Oh, when I was looking on your screen it was, but it's not on mine.
Weird.
It was really weird. I was like, what the fuck? Your floor possessed?
No idea. It's just that spot.
Interesting. Naris, what did you do to that floor? Did you touch it? Did you touch it?
Feet on it. But since she's a robot, it's now glowing.
It's a radioactive piss.
What do you think we make our medicine out of?
That's the liquid base.
Exactly. It's eating rivers near here. I say that while I live on an island.
Yeah, that's all salt water. You don't want to use salt water. That will ruin the ingredients.
That's what her booty looks like, guys. Thick thighs save lives, right?
Thick thighs, no cheeks. It's just all thighs, no ass.
No way. What do you mean? No way what? Her thighs?
It's like one of the character sliders where you can just like alter like the leg size and just put it up to max. Well, putting the torso to regular or smaller.
The first pals, Ruby and Liz Punk. Nice.
No.
You're level 21? Or did you start over again?
I think it was a randomizer.
Well, I don't know if this one's a randomizer. I see.
Yeah, you can run into some really weird powers. Maya got into a state of just having aggressive like Selene and things like that as her first powers.
Yeah, she said she had to because everything was around her was so dangerous. She had to keep all of her pals in the pal box.
Yeah, if not in the base, they would get killed. I imagine you could have some really peaceful randomizer, then some that are absolute chaos like Myers.
Imagine like you spawned in and everything around you is peaceful. Like Shroomer, but not Shroomer not.
You're like, oh, this is nice. Takes 3 steps, blaze them up, and fucking German tide Ignises. Burning everything down. You can get any of the pals from the world tree just spawning out in the world. They won't have the world tree passive because they only have those in the world tree. I think.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a randomizer. Could have anything. Just Velasquez.
Yes, Velasquez. Yeah, they like to live on the grassy fields. They got pushed away by the land balls in this space game.
Yeah.
The land balls are their one weakness.
Now they're sad because they have to live in the icy land and now they got crystals all over their back.
Where? Lunaris is west of me, directly. Directly west.
What?
Look at the compass. Lunaris is directly west of me. She is west.
Working so hard.
The way you work in this game is like you're pretending to do work on a job site, but like your boss is behind you and you forgot to grab any tools.
Oh!
Oh? Oh!
Well then.
Hello, anonymous gifter. Thank you for the sub.
Welcome in, anonymous gifter. And
Oh my god.
was it a ram?
Nami got a sub for me.
That's
Oh,
cool.
no.
I will add. I must add the.
Yeah, 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes from me. Did you get one as well? Or was it just me?
No, just you.
Just me. It's just me. Oh my god.
Yeah. I was just increasing the number to 57 and I could add 5 minutes.
What are we at towards our goal?
What?
The next goal was at 60. We were at 50.
Now we're at 57.
We're at 57. Oh.
Yes, yes.
Noticing in.
And the next goal is going to be a new sound alert.
Yeah, that one, chat, the sound alert's probably going to be a community vote. Same with the game we must finish, will probably end up being a community vote between a few options.
We'll probably, once the Subathon server get together, and put some options together and then you guys choose.
Yeah, but we're closing in on that 60. Only 3 more to go. But thank you very much, anonymous person.
Yes, yes.
I'm gonna be so impressed by my emotes. Was it? What? I wonder if it was just a random sub to the community or if it was a direct sub to Asami.
I am wondering about that too. I have no idea. Because it was either somebody targeting so specifically Asami can get a sub, or it was 5 gifting somebody random and it just happened to work. It just happened to be Asami.
It's a bit surprised it would be on me if it was 5.
Well, no, that's why, like, it's always anonymous. I don't know. Let me see if 5 is in chat. I'm just used to, the only person who's ever done anonymous to me is 5.
In the wise words of the hero whose name I don't remember from Megamind, Thank you. I love you too, random citizen.
Well, it does not look like... It does not look like it's 5. Unless 5 came in, donated, and fucking yeeted and, like, just ran away.
Is there a way you can tell?
You can check users and chat.
I love that it's just like off-key level go on a flute. I love that as my gift sub. I love it. Oh. I tried to steal it.
Ha 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 ha! I knew what you were gonna do.
No, the revenge is never gonna work.
Okay, here, take this. Where you at?
I'm down here. No? One bad thing about randomizer. How am I meant to get wool? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I got some on the ground when I started.
Yeah, you can find some wool on the ground. You can find...
I also started up here. There's only like literally one single spot, like right here, where lamb balls spawn between here. This region.
That is the joy of a randomizer. It's random. You could be lucky and have lamb balls at the start, or melpackers, or premises, or anything that you can kill and get wool. Or you might be doomed.
Doomed.
I wonder if Maya has done the catch lamb balls thing yet. Like, your lamb balls theoretically be in the world tree.
True, I remember she said that, she said she was still looking for lamb balls last time I heard, but I don't know, it was a while ago.
Yeah. I do actually have no idea if it will, if, like, the spawn locations within the world tree keep to within the world tree, or if they are just randomly anywhere around the I am gonna make... Ah, yes, a metal axe. It's gonna be my next goal. I'm gonna complete this goal very quickly.
I still need to make a cooking pot, but I cannot do that until the next level.
Oh no.
Ooh, but the next level I can make a sword.
A sword.
Yeah. I ate the pea, and I'm gonna come back.
Go, my love. Go pee. Fancy weapon. Saddle. Oh yeah, I can want to make thing B is literally just oh, that's not worth it at all. Feathered hairband. Okay, so if I am wanting, I can make this average feedback. That's gonna be okay for storing some food. Give me another inventory space.
I returned. I know you missed me so much.
Welcome back. I never thought you would return.
Everybody was crying. I know. Heard you crying from far away.
Oh my god, she's getting a snack. Little does she know that she is. What's that? Welcome back, Lucy. Oh, it was just a random gift and it went to a Sami.
Oh, nice.
I always love just seeing random people I know
In the gifteds, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw checking. Oh, do you want anybody? No. Oh.
Yeah, let me. Did you succeed in your meeting? Did you win?
Did you win?
Did you won?
I got hang you.
You won? Oh, proud of you, Lucy. Sometimes it's hard to win
My
meetings.
bet is that this small verdant egg is going to be a clovey.
Probably is going to be a clovey. Take it easy. Oh, cool. You have won the drama group. You are drama.
You win drama, good job. Now, well, saying that he is drama is not an inaccurate statement. Love you.
It's not inaccurate.
Love you.
I love you, but it's not inaccurate. You can't deny that. Yeah.
Please remember to coincide with your Sunday. Thursdays can move to Monday and October after the fact term.
Alright. Usually, as you remember to go on Saturday, but due to volunteer content Saturdays, get moved content. Oh, okay. I wasn't actually sure what day you were. You weren't. It's the entrance up. Rangione.
Oh, shit.
Shit. What's shit?
Well, I came here to go get that whatever it is. I'm still going to. But I did just notice I have my motivational leader group with me.
Oh.
So, like, yeah. Just,
They'll cheer you on as you go and do.
well, no, I mean, it's fine. It's like, the only real difference between my party and the way now, the way it was before, is that now there's a woolly pop.
Give them cotton candy, make friends. Who can or cannot about times, and I was understanding about it since I first heard about it. Yeah, makes sense. Glad they were kind enough to inform you in advance via a meeting about what was going on.
Man, my mining efficiency sucks.
Got a level 17 Univolt Grist at level 6. Nice. And it
Nice.
has oh, that's gonna be a good mount when you can actually make it. Actually, no. You have the saddles, I believe, already.
Does it do that? It just unlocks those saddles?
I believe Maya said that all the saddles. So you might have all the saddles unlocked. Yeah, yeah, nice. You can just ride that right away. That is a good thing about the randomizer is you could be stuck without a mount for ages, so I guess they was like, yeah, we'll give them all the saddles. We'll be nice. So theoretically, you could get like a level 1 jet dragon and have the best flying, well, one of the best flying mounts in the game. I believe the Hydrolon and the Hydrolon Ignis are technically faster without passives. Oh?
No, get back in there.
Okay. It's ready for attack.
Good.
If you think they'll read in the Hydrolon is faster because of its partner skills, but once you get the
Good.
Jet Dragon, so faster. The passives don't increase speed. That's how some of the people who remember like me that Saturday was going to mostly work or religion.
Shit.
Okay, but I understand everyone's Monday because most volunteers can't do Saturday.
Wow. Cannot fucking believe we just did that.
Yes.
Well, I'm fucking leaving. Fucking out, dude. Rude.
Someone being rude? Someone's being a rude bitch?
Yeah, I'm the Grintail.
Oh.
Killed my fucking serpent that I was trying to get.
That piece of shit.
It had insomnia too.
Oh. You could tell because it was up at night time?
Yeah. I got another shirt account. I don't have insomnia, I don't have nothing, but still. It's helpful.
Yeah, that's leather.
Mm-hmm. That's why I got it.
Nice. Yeah, sometimes sacrifices have to be made because, like, especially when people are volunteering, they can't do it a certain time. The schedule has to be made around them, or else the classes don't exist at all.
Don't fucking. No, don't trigger anybody. Don't trigger anybody. Just wake up. Go. No, don't. Okay, I got one for breeding purposes. I hate this. I got a Toko.
Oh!
Come on, I'm gonna see if I can get this copped in. Just for breeding purposes. Got it.
Nice. Let me, change Dragon Breath to a different attack. Dragon Breath. Won't hit. Come on in. Yes, yay Palworld. We love Palworld. We will always be playing Palworld. Palworld. Whoa.
Tristan, therapy.
I'm not having therapy until the end of the month.
We need some therapy. Tristan, am I feeling lucky?
Yes.
Okay.
How or why, but yes.
You were right.
Okay. I was right on
I
what?
got level 26 Hill Zephyr.
Oh, nice. I rarely hear the original version of this song. It's typically the Shrek version. More often than...
It's a Shrek version of this song.
What?
I didn't even know there was a Shrek version of this song. I got a Patalia, but it's got Slacker. Just Slacker.
Big boss is deep and dang.
This guy just woke up. He's like, first thing in the morning, just opens his eyes. Now he's gonna see her. He's now my new Grintail. going around and like breaking the meteors that I spawned. I think we're good now. There wasn't anything at them because I've been down too long.
Oh no.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
What's down there?
What is this? Oh my god, it was a tansy. I was wrong. I'm gonna put this
Oh, your
purple,
first one. Dang.
large verdant egg.
Ooh.
Could that be?
Large verdant purple flurple.
Curious.
Peppermint schnapps. I really should put somewhere that I'm on 0.1 times XP. Imagine some people that come in are like confused that way. So low level. Oh, I will get the chillet saddle because I like riding the chillet. That will replace my dire hound as my mount.
Everything's listed. Everything, if it's large, is listed as blue. There's no purple on this website. I think they just put it as a
I've seen
background.
purple eggs before though. I've seen plenty of purple eggs.
No, I know. I just think that the way the website works, if it's huge, they put a yellow background. If it's large, they put a blue background. If it's normal, they put a black background.
Shake my head, my head. Maybe it's purple if it was a common egg and it was made alpha by Cherry, it becomes purple rather than blue.
I just want to know, like, what are the large verdant egg possibilities? Let's see. Ethan, Tropical, Brunellia, but not in the right area. Robin Quill, Sanda. I don't even know where I was.
I think I got my first Rowan Quill I got was from an egg.
What was I?
These chests are a mess.
It's like kind of over here. It's like over here. Grass grade 2, it looks like maybe. Okay, so with that. Looks like the options are percussive maintenance herbil. That'd be amazing. But that's a very low chance. Then there's Elgrove, Thorny Rose Bristla, Butterfly Promenade Cinemoth, and Walking Farm Capridy.
I love that his alpha name is percussive maintenance.
And Sparkling Smile Rebunny. Percussive maintenance is beautiful. Please let it be percussive maintenance herbal. Please, please.
Okay. But Beacon as a first boss is really nice if you can get it. That's a relatively good flyer.
Don't you?
Forget about me. I don't. What am I on? I think I'm just wanting to level up at this point. Like, things can't really continue without me leveling up, exploring. Alpacas have a saddle? I guess you can ride them. Don't you forget about me. Don't you? We got guns for them. Ah, sure, let me get an iron saddle. I know it takes some ingots, but that's okay. Yeah, that's gonna be not great. Just having a flyer will open up so much more.
Do I get this? I see. Negative. 79. Ooh, ew, ew, ew. Bruh, no way. That's like so close to. Is that the one? Wait, hold on. That's like so close to my house. Let's go outside. I guess straight to the south. Because I fucking need that shit.
Hey, Quinn. And it makes small.
Arigato gozaimasu.
Who are you, arigato-in gozaimasu?
Dino shark.
Oh my god, you've been in the gutters, been down on my ass.
Money. I am confusion.
I am destroyer of world.
Okay. Swim, 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 swim. Getting better at swimming.
Okay.
Hello, Kelpsy. Hello, Kelpsy. Hello, Kelpsy.
If I now get the Nightwing in my party, so it's not ferocious Nightwing, sure. Let me make this my. Whoops. Oh wait, no, I don't need the dire how. I can keep the Nox. Let's go.
It's up there. I see it.
Thank you, dire how. Wait. That's mine. Oh, I can't keep the Nox.
Just saying, like, I'm working my way towards getting something, and you're gonna be like super jealous. Well, I'm gonna.
Already jealous.
You should be.
What do you get in my love?
I'm working my way towards getting the heat resistant undershirt accessory.
Ooh.
That way I can go to the desert and get the other fucking heat resistant fucking thermal shirt.
Yeah, you will be able to do that, won't you?
More times. Won't go to the desert unless I can survive the heat.
God, everything's lagging if I ever try and alt tab. Yeah, what do I have open? You minimize. What's open here? That. None of this should be too. Yippee! I got a Nightwing. Yippee! It's so slow, but
Ryan,
it's something.
you have achieved flight?
I have achieved the flying fly. I can't even open my map. Wow. Okay.
I thought for sure there'd be a whirly swirly thingy up here, but apparently not.
And
I
what
must
do you want?
climb. No jumping for me.
Wah.
Walk you.
Wah. Woo. Pew. Oh my god, I accidentally one-shot him.
You one shot.
Their heads are so big I can't avoid hitting their heads. I wanted to shoot it in for the second one in the body. I didn't think I would kill the first one in one hit.
I will in a moment. Let me get to footstep spot.
Go have fun, children. Never mind. They really hated that cow.
Thank you.
Oh, I could do with a monster. I should get up and get me a monster. Yeah.
Discovered that thing.
Reasons at the time I try and open the match.
Heat resistant undershirt schematic, motherfucker. Heat resistant undershirt schematic, motherfucker.
Nice. Nice. That is actually really good. That will let you go anywhere on the volcano except for into the lava.
Ooh, you're right. I didn't think about that.
Dinosaurx 550 said, "What is your
Fuck,
luck?"
this is gonna hurt. Ooh. Come on, Herbie. Herbie, save me.
Did you just fall to your death?
Yep.
Well,
Thanks, Herbie.
Herbie's your buddy. Your
Dazzy!
I love how Chiller isn't like regarded as a water mount, but
Run, Dazzy, let's go.
I'm gonna have to close the VTuber studio.
My Dazzy has serenity.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh. I think that only affects the. I mean, it gives attack damage bonus. I don't think when it's like floating around with its partner skill, I don't think that affects the cooldown on its attack rate.
I feel like it does, because I don't feel like I always am able to. It doesn't always work every time I shoot if I shoot fast. Here's your luck. I don't know. Also, tomorrow I'm going to be witness to a friend name change. In real life
Ooh.
or online. Your really weird thing to schedule.
I feel like it's gonna be in real life. That'll be a very odd thing to schedule online.
So, he comes up to us one day. He's like, I've
got
renounced
to
the
say-
devil. I'm now renaming myself. Jesus Christ. That'd be the plot twist of the century.
Jesus and Lufasa. Let's see. Wow,
This city
Trying to find a safe place and then
this city. Fucking love.
I will be back momentarily. I have to close VTuber Studio.
Okay. $20. It'll be 12ish, and my friend who's trans, she wants a name change. She asked me the bonus for it. That's really nice. I had to get my name changed when I got married a couple times. Not this time.
Things on the computer.
It was a
Yeah.
Lee fan, babe.
Oh,
Got
it was
a
a
Lee
leaf. Oh my
fan.
god.
That's awesome.
She can kick people in the face and face people in the kick. I don't think I can have muffle up right now.
Huh?
I think my computer needs a full restart.
Ooh.
But I can have my reactive up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm a little trash can guy.
What's going on with it?
It's just tapping my
VRAM?
yeah. It's nice. So I have a friend who has apparently tried to get her name changed a couple of times and just keeps getting rejected, but I don't understand how.
I see, I see. Well, here is the thing. I have yet to create an egg thingy, so it will be literally the first egg I come across. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to grab my dire wolf and take off running in a direction. And then whatever the egg is I come across, it will be you. Where's Roxy? There she is.
Epic is gonna be a egg. Well, I guess
Fucking go. Actually, I'm going to pick a location.
you are gonna be the first egg hatched in this playthrough that will be
Yep.
a person.
Indeed.
And there are certain things about if you do not like it,
Whee!
you will have to
Pay again to get a new one. You do not
yeah.
get a refund. And we
No
will
refund.
destroy the first one.
Yes, the first one will be turned into genetic goop.
Unless, of course, it was never uploaded to the genetic thing, in which case it'll just be destroyed. Turned into whatever that pal drops.
If you do like it, yippee! You will be in the box for any other playthrough in the future.
Mm. Run away! Run away! We tried something, we failed! Ah!
Nightwing is so slow. I swear me walking is faster than Nightwing. Yeah, I run about as fast as the Nightwing flies.
Oh, rip.
Oh. But the flight is important and lets me go up a cliff a little bit.
It's true.
It has terrible stamina, but that's okay. But less stamina usage than it would take me to climb.
Found the schematic tower. Isn't it getting later later? Like 14 hours? I don't know. Alexa, what time is it?
We had a sleep during the day, and I slept for very
She
long.
doesn't like me.
Because I said something.
Alexa, what time is it? Alexa, what time is it?
It's 10:52 p.m.
It's 10:52 p.m. It's not late at all. Even by normal standards.
This is gamer hours.
Gamer hours. Tristan would know he's super gay.
But I'm not that's Nikki.
That's Nikki. Nikki's the mer.
Mermaid.
Not mermaid. Innocent.
So familiar. Okay. How are you doing, Epic? How are you? It's good to see you.
Dependency magnetic. Do we see any eggs?
You work so much today. Oh no. Oh, this week. Ugh.
I found egg. I found egg. It
Can we
rock.
have any days off?
It rock egg.
Oh, a rock egg, a ground egg. Oh, that's gonna be interesting. I have no idea what comes from ground egg in
Me
wild.
either.
The egg.
Rock egg.
You are,
You.
that is
This
you.
epic. Do you want it to be named Quebec, like the name you go by a pan server? Do you want it to be called Epic Quest, or do you want to be? What do you want it to be called? That Epic Quest, or Epic Quest, or Quebec, or Epic Quest?
Oh, Frank. Be Frank if you want.
Yeah,
I don't know.
truly. Like, I just have to remember that's who it is. And then you want to put his name of some sort.
Yeah. I have no idea what pals can even come from ground eggs.
Either. You do, yes, yep, you do Quebec. Save you from typing my long ass name. Fair enough.
Oh my god. Come on, Floof. Whoops, that's a grenade. I thought it was my crossbow. Floof, destroyer of worlds. Kill the Free Pal Alliance.
Alright, my damp egg is Kelpsy. Wow. Yep, super needed one of those.
That's
One of the schematics I picked up was an epic sword schematic.
Ooh. We're actually at the point where swords are still useful.
Yeah.
Melee weapons drop off very quickly when you start getting into guns. I hate this point of interest. Why are tree leaves so deep? How can they even live like this? I can't even see. Oh, I made it to stairs.
Are you in the treehouse?
Yeah.
Yeah, I came across there earlier. Let's do the win.
Floof,
2 minutes, we're gonna know who Quebec is.
Quebec.
Quebec.
I pray you. I pray you.
I am gonna go make this shirt. Whoa.
Floof, destroyer of worlds.
Huh?
Murderer of the Free Pal Alliance. Oh, you're gonna miss because you went off there. Floof.
Lufa Lambo.
Floof is a Lambo.
I love it.
Stop hiding behind your fences. Can't hide from them. Oh my god, that's a big boy.
You only want to ranch. I hypnotized him.
Really strong. Come here, Floof. Avoid his attacks.
Food in her.
Very slow to attack.
Oh yeah, they're fine.
Oh no, Floof, you're gonna get hit. Ow. I don't have Herbie. Floof, please have a way to kill him. Oh, nice, you hit him. I can't even see him, but I'm attacking through the leaves.
You got this.
Run, Floof, run! He hide. He's big. You got a club. He hurt. Oh, yes, I got a dagger.
With that and that and that.
Nice. Oh, oh. That is not good. That's a Robin kill. Eh? 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 I got it. It put me to 7 health. Let's go. Floof. I got no health. Anything else? That Judicator was really strong. Fuck. Are there people inside? Oh my god, there's another one. I need to check your skill. Do you have any skill that would really help us to this wall? Acid rain, maybe? I don't know.
Oh my god, why does this take an eternity, dude?
Dragon breath. Can you dragon breath through the wall at that judicator?
Not even that fucking fancy.
Ow!
Quebec is ready.
Let's get ready to
Here's a hang you. An easy going
Oh.
hang you. Nice to shoot. Oh shit. I've never really used a hang you before, not gonna lie. Let's try out the hang you. Let's see how it is. See how it works. I don't know. Don't even know the fucking partner skill for the hang you. Something about a glider, I'm sure.
Yes. Yes. Gliding. I think it's the one that makes you
Oh
fly
my
off.
god,
Yeah.
he's a girl.
Your penis privileges have been revoked.
Sorry to tell you your penis, but I would give you surgery, but you know, I don't have a surgery table yet. I'm very low level. Alright. Let's see how this goes. Hold on, let me read. Let's read. Read about him. How is he? How is he? Let's see. Good at handiwork, gathering, transporting. While in party modifies the performance of the equipped glider, enables slow ascension while gliding. Slow ascension while gliding.
Yeah. Steadily fly out. Nice. Rushall, you're gonna be free.
Ooh.
Have you read the Palpedia entry?
No. No, I have not. What does it say?
Some of the Palpedia entries are interesting. Some of them are dark.
I ran out of stamina.
Let me read the entry. I will get in here. It's safe in here. Ooh, a blue Muska schematic. Ooh. Hang you.
Oh, why does my glider look like this?
Hang you. Its gigantic arms can rip apart even iron. As is a particularly cruel form of execution, serious criminals will be strung up in the public square and hang you will tear the skin right from their nose. Oh my god.
I have the perfect response for this.
You can be in touch with your feminine side.
It'll fucking work. What?
Oh my god, that's almost sand over. Nice.
Hey.
Aiko Tristan.
My face is lagging anytime I pull this shit up, dude.
Yeah.
Doesn't like games.
Models are amazing, but they don't like games. Our PCs are poopy.
Get better PC. Who wants to buy me a new graphics card? 40 series graphics card so I can do VTubing while playing games at the same time.
Funny enough, I think some of the 50 series graphics cards are cheaper here. Because of,
Oh yeah, that's right. Who wants to buy me a 50 series?
It's just like
Shipping.
Australia.
Let me down! Let me down! This poor fucking Dig Toys did not make it to bed. Just passed out. He's like, alright, I tried. Passed out right off the
Let's
boat.
go get it. Run.
Now my Lunaris is transporting shit. Did you even finish? Did you even finish what I asked you to do? She did. Okay.
Gillette survived an attack from a level 30 something loot moon. Yeah. So this one is this
4 wooden
one.
boards.
I got this one.
I need to remember to actually upload it this time, because,
Yes. Please
Did I
upload.
tell you who else I lost?
Me or other people?
Other people. Did I tell you who else I lost? Because I knew I lost Lovey, right?
Uh-huh. Did you end up losing Nikki as well?
I did.
Oh no.
I feel
That's
terrible. He's gonna get a free one. He's gonna get a free one at this point. Like, he can pick anything he fucking wants. That's my bad.
My bad, I lost you to Blaze Mutt rear. I was just so excited about getting into this new playthrough that we
Yeah.
weren't thinking about. About the global Pell box. Literally, like, one of the first things I thought about as soon as the new world arrived was, did we do that with the global Pell box? Did we save the most recent people? Fuck off, Luke Moon. I don't want anything you're selling.
I'll go ahead and upload Quebec so I do not lose him.
At least Maya has Maya's new one that Maya likes.
Has to be in my storage. I'm making you something.
Me something?
Yes.
Oh my god. You can't make me any more gay for you, my love.
Who said it was that?
Oh. God. Yeah, that attack perfect. I want these guys. Let's go, Floof. We're capturing them all.
I realize you slept in your contacts. No. I hear that's not very good for your health.
Oh yeah, can't that be really bad?
Yeah, you have been backed up. Made sure that we will not lose you.
Stop escaping. You're just a blip. There's 61% chance. Surely I captured you. There we go. I now have a few gobfins, which I'm happy with that. Make myself a goblin team for player damage. Hey, honey.
I got something for you.
She did something for me.
Say goodbye.
Oh! Oh my god! They love me.
You just have those days where you just want to eat forever.
The
I
what?
think that's my today. My today is I want to eat everything day.
You don't eat everything today?
No, I want to eat everything today.
Oh, it's an eat. I want to eat everything day.
Yeah. Make my sword. That I did not make or did not make. This is the ranch. This is not going to help me very much.
Oh, yeah, getting some Lambo effigies to increase satiety.
That will be very nice. Society.
We live in,
Increase society.
we live in a society.
Ready?
Wait, you know what are you just?
Help me make sword, Lunaris.
How long make sword? Is it long time?
Well, it's a decently long time, but you know, it's alright. I'm gonna look on my phone.
No mine, no transport, just ranch or water. Thank you, Dumud. Yep, but yeah, my work week is long. My next day off will be Monday. Oh, okay. Oh, do you work more than 5 days a week? get like 2 jobs or something, or is your job just very demanding? Yeah. Oh, my condolences. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, you work in a bar. Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. Get that bag while you can. Um, my experience working security at a bar, a lot of the people just like there's a decent amount of freedom and people choosing the hours they work as bar staff. And you know, some people just work a lot to be to get that money. Other people don't work as much because they, you know, have enough money saved up that they're gonna go on. It's a very common job for tourists, like the working tourist visa.
Babe, we have 18 minutes.
18 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
18 minutes?
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god, has something been ordered?
No, something will be ordered as soon as I know what the fuck you want. Okay, Italian meatball, honey mustard leg ham, tuna mayo, Italian BMT, pizza melt, turkey, seafood sensation, sweet onion chicken teriyaki, veggie patty. Do you know what you want?
I will have a chicken schnitzel.
Okay. What kind of
Wheat.
bread? Wheat, okay.
Mm,
Toasted?
cool. Yes, please.
Okay, cheese? Old English?
Ooh, yeah, Old English for.
Okay, any extras? Meat, avocado, double cheese, smoky bacon,
No.
okay. Veggies?
I will have lettuce, tomato, cucumber. Um,
Capsicum?
capsicum, yeah.
Onion? Carrot?
Onion, carrot, yeah, yeah.
What sauce?
I will have
Garlic aioli?
no, not garlic ale. I will have one of the spicy options. What are the others?
Spicy Korean barbecue sauce.
No,
Sweet chili sauce?
no.
Chipotle Southwest sauce?
That could be interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll try Chipotle.
I might lick the sauce. Just so I know for future reference. Okay, drink. What do you want? Coke Zero?
I'll have Coke Zero, yeah.
Okay, and cookie?
1 chocolate chip, 1 raspberry cheesecake. Wow. Was not expecting Subway, but that's nice.
Yeah, I know. I figure I've been eating so many fat foods today lately, but also since I'm as hungry as I am, that's a lot of food.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's more food than eating McDonald's. So.
Yeah, and the good thing about Subway, if you don't eat it all, chuck it in the fridge, eat it later.
Exactly.
Subway is one of those amazing things that you can just.
Oh, are you helping me make my sword? Thank you.
You're welcome.
You want one too?
Not right now. Is it a purple rarity sword?
Yes. Luckily, my job provides us a meal every 5 hours work, so I get 2 meals prepared by a legitimate chef. That's really awesome. My boss also buys me lunch.
Yeah, my co-worker buys me lunch sometimes. Same with my boss. Like my job. Yeah, yeah, and an awesome thing about bar staff is the skill. Doesn't matter what country, and if you want to travel, working at bars is amazing. If you want to not travel, it's usually like pays decently well, and even Australia. Um,
You're like a creep peering through the walls.
Hmm?
You're like a creep peering through the walls.
even in Australia, like we don't have tipping culture. It's trying to root its way into certain businesses, especially closer to the city, and everyone hates it. Um, but yeah, sometimes bar staff gets tipped. They get tipped because depends on how well they are in interacting with customer.
Looked and they happened to be open, and I was like, oh, yay. I was like, that's awesome. It's almost fucking, well, it's like an hour until midnight. Well, 45 minutes to midnight.
Nice.
That'll be here between 11:30 and 11:40.
Oh, cool.
On Subway, we can go get cookies.
Cookie.
Cookie. Why does my Dazzy always look like she's hiding secrets? She's always laughing at me behind my back.
I can't.
See, that one doesn't sound as menacing. That one's sad. That one's sad.
It's not necessary.
I know,
You
but
work
that
in
one's
bar-
sad. It pays pretty well.
You work in high scale bars as a bar lead, so my hourly is the high teens USD plus. Oh, that's good.
That's great.
Yeah, get that bag while you can.
Would you rather have hourly plus tips or a higher hourly with no tips?
Is that a question for me or for Epic?
For him, for Epic.
Okay.
Well, the reason I want to know is because it's like I feel like one is a bit more consistent, maybe.
One is consistent in the low periods, but
Yeah,
you're in a high scale bar. That's
that's true.
high teens. You're a bar lead.
I don't know. I'm just
You typically don't get to that position if you're not, charismatic enough to get tips out of people.
maybe just ballsy enough to kick people out if they're dickholes.
Yeah, the bar lead, yeah. You wouldn't be the main kicker out if there's security about. You would definitely be the person in charge of cutting people off.
You're done. You're done. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Actually, I have no idea. Like, if you're in, like, New York. 'Cause that's what I imagine now. Walking.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
You've
The
had
fact
enough.
the fact you get high teens plus tips.
Hourly plus
Is-
tips because they're going to
is
12
right.
hourly.
If you were earning like a minimum wage plus tips,
Wow.
I could see just a higher just base pay rate being more appealing, because sometimes there's low periods that you're not getting a bunch of tips,
Yeah.
so I'm not sure about.
It's like I'd never be caught dead in a low class place. A low scale bar, I guess. You never
Yeah.
catch me dead in a what's the word I'm looking for?
Kicking people out is usually a rare occurrence. It's most people are just like,
Hi, Nikki. Good
oh, you cut me
morning.
off. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I'll just finish and usually people are there hanging out with people, having a chat. So like at high-end bars, it's usually like social gatherings with families or things. So they're just want to hang out with friends, family, whatever. They don't necessarily want to be a nuisance, but you do get the nuisance from time to time.
Brando threw a plushie at me again.
Yeah, good morning, Nikki, and hello, Brando.
Dive bar, that's the word I was looking for. I'm
Oh.
surely gonna about 2,000 we can just dip, yeah. North Carolina? Wait, did you say you're in North Carolina? That's where I was from. That's where I was. Well, not in Charlotte specifically.
But just NC.
People call it NC is weird.
NC, NYC.
I'm just gonna call Victoria VIC.
North Carolina.
VIC.
Your sword is
NSW.
on my-
WA. NA.
Wow. Nisua. Vic.
Q. Just Q.
Queensland is QLD.
No, no, it's one word. Q.
But yeah, I have done one shift as security at a dive bar, or at least what I think would be a dive bar. And I am glad I said no to the next shift they offered me, because I did not want to work there again. It was very, not in a good area. They kept trying to get me to work at, like, the pub in that place, but then they would have been like, ah, yeah,
It's true.
things has happened, we need you to go over here and work here. I am glad I said no to that shift, because literally, that shift I said no to, all the security guards got beaten up by a football team.
Rip. I feel that, Brando. Sleep weekends.
2 were hospitalized, one was... Yeah, it was like... I think, yeah, 2 were hospitalized for a bit, one just got like a basic checkup and was okay. Now, give or take 30 minutes from Charlotte, and when I was between bars, I would work as a weekend temp bartender in Charlotte to get money.
Crappy fishes. Why not?
You get to see some interesting folks at bars.
Come, fishy. Come, come.
Come more fishy, come more fishy.
You see me. I know you see me.
Okay.
Ignore me.
Become stronger, Floof. You shall become God. You shall become the true Floof. Destroyer of worlds that you are. Why fish when you can jolt hog it? You can jolt hog it.
Is fishing fun?
Fishing is fun, but I think the good fish, like the sparkly fish, immediately disappear if you jolt hog it. So that's why no jolt hog.
Get your ass over here.
Me?
Get over here, you fucking turd.
You're not talking to me. Talking to a fish.
Why do you...
Why do you betray me so?
Where's my sword? Where's my sword? I'm going after it. Come over here, you bitch. I think I killed it. I win, motherfucker.
You know who we could have raided earlier when we passed the fuck out? Pan.
Oh, I didn't raid nobody. Well, I raided you.
You raided me.
Well,
and
you
I...
could have raided Pan. I don't know what to tell you,
I
man.
could have.
You could have. I put that responsibility on you. I went to sleep.
No.
I fucking died, dude.
I cave on the pressure. I'm a caveman. Yeah, we died earlier. Cash tips was pure because I don't have to report those to Big Brother.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, shit. Should check.
Funnily enough, tips are taxable. Yeah.
Subway
have to
is
report it.
preparing our order and our dasher is heading to the store. I cannot pronounce that name though.
Don't even know where my phone is, so I couldn't help if I tried.
Roquiya.
I can't help you with that name.
I didn't think you would be able to.
But yeah, even though here, like, cash tips are taxable, a lot of people don't report them as taxable income. How are they gonna know? It's the workplace's responsibility to make sure that, they're keeping track of all the tips. Typically, places here have, like a communal tip jar rather than individual tips. Yeah, exactly the same here. And we don't have a reliance on tips for, basic income. People get paid.
You guys don't understand. It is still the same day for us.
Yeah, this is Subathon Day 4 Part 2.
Yeah.
We decided Harry Potter Deathly Hallows it. We took something that could have been,
Everybody's been throwing a plushie at me because they think it's a different day.
I mean, they can throw it.
No, I know.
They have the option. They want to hit you with plushies.
Fair enough. New day for you? I mean, I don't know about that. Nothing like a bit of minor tax fraud to bring a workplace together. Exactly. I meant, for legal reasons, this is a joke.
If it's minor, they don't bother chasing you off on it because it would cost them more to chase people up on small things. It's sort of the reason why shoplifting below a certain amount typically isn't chased up by the police, but if you do it regularly at the same place or from the same company, they keep track of those things. They know. They will know that you have taken things, and once it gets above a certain amount, more than just a minor shoplifting into like proper theft charges, then that's when they get you. Unless they directly see you in front of them, then they have to.
We can make it. I think I could probably get to a better place.
Has awoken from slumber.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, it's lucky.
Oh my god. Is it morning for Hika or is it night for Hika? Was it a nap? I don't know. I don't know. What?
It's a good timing. I teleported to the ranch.
Yeah.
Immediate supply drop.
Yeah, because
My base doesn't have supply drops.
and neither does
Your
mine.
base.
Yeah.
So whenever we teleport here, we're probably going to get one.
Yeah.
Oh, I did read something that it takes 9 hours, real life, for the supply drop to spawn or to despawn.
Okay.
So the theoretical maximum you can have if you set the timer to whatever the minimum. I think it's like a minute. You can have a supply drop every minute. It's like 570 on the map at once.
Good lordy, that's a lot.
But the thing as well, they only spawn at that location. So they just start stacking up on each other.
Oh, that's fine. I really want to see how fucking cursed that looks. I also don't.
Burn, burn, burn. I'll actually save some of these for you. Look epic. Allegedly. They don't know. It's all just alleged. You're to blame. You give them I've been told to hydrate my nick. Oh no, I've got water here, but the monster's open and the water isn't. Oh, you can also use the Minecraft.
Oh no, we've already discussed that Minecraft does not work.
It probably won't work, but it is a defense that
Has been used in the
tried
past.
for murder.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there was murder,
Somebody said
wasn't
no. I said I was going to kill them in Minecraft.
it? Was that said? I am allegedly.
Yeah, no, it's legit a thing. Like somebody said no. I said I was going to kill them in Minecraft.
Yeah, they were making death threats at someone, and you know, then the person they were making death threats at, you know, died, and they were the prime suspect because they had been making threats at them for ages. Oh yeah, jump to the wall. Have fun earning that bag. Those doolary
Allegedly commit tax fraud. Fucking love you guys. Jesus Christ.
Oh, a chocolate crisp. I will catch you, buddy.
You know what I'm saying, you guys? So I waited till I get here to get my tax file number because, like, that's what you need to work in this country, right? So I get my tax file number and I go fill out the paperwork for Twitch so that I can fucking work in this country. Do you think they asked for my tax file number? No!
Nope.
All
Did not
that
ask.
fucking effort to get my tax file number so I can refile out the fucking paperwork, didn't even fucking ask for it. Still asked for my social security number though.
Yeah, it's because you're not a
I was like, I'm in Australia. They're like, what's your social security number? I'm like, alright, here's my number. They didn't ask, what's your TFN? They didn't give a fuck.
yeah, it's because you're a US citizen. If you a
How are
bandit
you
citizen.
paying taxes?
Hmm?
How are you paying taxes? How did you fill out that paperwork?
The tax file number.
They didn't. They asked for your tax file number?
Yeah.
Oh. They didn't ask for mine. Even though I got one now.
Yeah, she's got one now.
They weren't like, hey, do you have the legal right to work in Australia? I'd have been like, yes, I do, actually. I do.
Stay in the bull univolt. Good. All you gotta do is the Karen logic. The moment you complain, things work out, right? In Minecraft. Yeah, please don't take Karen logic to real life.
They just said, leave the weird American alone. Ooh, I found one. I found a note.
Found a note? Oh my god, a note.
Okay, let's read it. Oh, this one's interesting. What? Castaway's Journal, Day 0. Strangely enough, the island is shrouded in a thick fog that makes it impossible to observe from the sea. Attempting to steer away from the fog, I turned rudder, only to be enveloped by an even deeper fog. Just then, something attacked me. I have no idea where the attack came from, but my boat was all but destroyed. With nothing but wreckage left, I was still somehow able to make it to the coast. This island exists in no database, a secret hidden from the world. Why is it being hidden? Why doesn't it show up on any maps? I'm certain this is all intentional. That attack on my vessel, was it part of the efforts to conceal it? There are more mysteries that I can't count, but I'm determined to reveal all the secrets of this island. There's only one note before this one.
Is that Castaway Journals Day?
That was 0, Day 0.
Oh. Interesting. Do you think the castaway is Harold?
I don't know.
Yeah, I genuinely do not know who the castaway is, and we are castaways. But yeah, like Harold is who would make most sense in my head, maybe.
I mean, like, we don't really know many NPCs.
Really.
The only thing I know for certain is it's not one of the fucking Sunreach people.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's a human. Oh my god, it's a ground walker.
Oh my god, you look exactly like me, except you don't have a tattoo on your face.
Yeah. I've never seen a ground walker before.
Do you even use those legs on non-floating rocks? Oh my god.
That's wild, crazy. What is it like to live in the below land?
To be fair, realistically, it would be similar to Sky Island in One Piece, where like you have to acclimatize to
Kidding.
the thinner oxygen levels.
What I want so bad from this volcano.
What's that?
Hero.
Ooh, you exploring the volcano?
Yeah. There's a level 34. There's a level 34 Reptiro here. I could try. I have a Gigasphere. 9% back when it's sleeping. I might get it.
Do you think we should do anything?
I'm sorry. Let's be friends. I'm sorry. Let's be friends. I'm sorry, let's be friends. I'm sorry, let's be friends. Get in the ball and we can be besties. Get in the ball and we can be besties. Look, I got a sword. See? Look at it. Ah. Look at my sword. My sword is amazing.
Wait, why do you think? Don't die, my love.
Get in the ball. Okay. 5% critical hit. Come on. Be my bestie. Yes.
Nice.
Got a Reptiro. It's got a heavyweight and wellness watcher. Yay.
I'm glad you understood that reference. I know that song very well. I definitely haven't listened to the 10-hour loop of that song.
I don't even know the original song. I just like use the tune sometimes.
Look at my horse, my
Oh, yeah, that's
horse is amazing. Give it a lick. It's just like raisins. With a stroke of its mane, it turns into a plane. And it turns back again when you tug on its winky. Ooh, that's good. Do you think so? Well, you better not know.
Well, I've learned something. Why in the world is Subway taking so long to make our order?
What's up, my love?
Trying to checking Subway again. Just refreshing the app.
Do you think
Still says
so?
picking it
Well,
up.
show
Apparently they're
you
taking the sweetest time down over there at the Subway.
lemonade. Sweet
They're
lemonade,
panicking. They're out of...
lemonade. Get on my horse, take you around the universe and all the other places too. I'll
Okay.
think you.
So the goal is to find an egg. Oh my god,
Shut
I'm
up,
so sorry.
get
I'm
up.
so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were going to sing the whole 10-hour thing.
Oh yeah, I can do this for 10 hours. But I don't want to. I will die. Save me.
My goal is to try and find a large fire egg, or huge fire egg, so I can get a Blazamont.
Ah, you want to get the
Look, if I can't, like, I might not be able to breed them right now, but I like to have the option. One of the reasons I get the Reptiro, because I already have the Foxicle. I can get another Foxicle, it's probably better though. Technically speaking, I don't even need those right now. I don't need those for a long time. But I can use them as mining pals, so that's good. because they reduce weight on any ores that I hold. Was that huge egg I just picked up?
Tiers are
Smells large.
fantastic. They don't need you don't need to be riding them. It's just as long as they're in your party and you have the saddle.
Yeah.
Which is that's gonna be
That'll be the limiting factor.
that'll be the bottleneck. Yeah.
I think our DoorDash driver moved into Subway. I think they live there now. They're unpacking. The guys who work over there, they're helping him unpack.
Yeah.
Move furniture.
Go to a job interview to make our subs.
Yeah. That'd be awesome though. He'd be like, wow, I used to do DoorDash and like this is officially gonna be my last order because I went to the Subway and they were like, hey, you should work here. And I was like, nah, I get a lot of money through DoorDash. And he's like, we'll pay you more than DoorDash. And he's just like, and then he got the job. Who the fuck is chasing me? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I don't give a fuck about you, Moldron. Although I could use a Moldron Crest. Ooh, Moldron Crest would be good to have. Those are good. Moldron, come back.
Moldron Chris I was using into the end game last playthrough.
No, I just meant even for breeding, they're fantastic for breeding.
Oh nice. They got a lot of things they can make that are good.
Yes, because they're like in tier shit.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't want the Incineram. Okay, the Moldron disappeared. Apparently, I ran out of its render. It's fine. The Dasher's waiting for the order.
Is it the same Dasher?
Yep. Rokaya. Rokaya.
That patient motherfucker.
That guy's just vibing. To get up there at some point. I don't have a flyer right now. I'm okay with it. I'm just vibing at the moment. Shit. Come on. Roxy, we gotta run. We gotta run. Ready? Because I am not wanting to fight these dudes. These guys are a lot higher level than me. I'm not. No. Run. They've got flamethrowers. Run away.
Nice. Making my way through this camp. Oh, it's starting to pick up in the rain again. Nice. Making my way down.
Where the fuck am I?
It's a lead punk. Get in my ball. Get in my ball. Get in my belly. Go through. Murder. Show them that you are the best. Around. No one's gonna
Did you know there's a video on YouTube where somebody beat the game using only Lambos?
Oh, cool. I believe it.
Well,
Pantherless must be in a hell of a fight.
Well, I don't know what they consider to be beating the game.
It might have been pre 1.9. But yeah. I mean, I imagine it's possible. I want Floof to be like always in my party. Floof is gonna be the king of destruction.
Okay.
He's never gonna be an alpha.
Are you gonna like give him surgery to give him better spec?
I'm gonna
Passives
give him
later?
surgery, give him like a world tree buff, passive and everything eventually.
God tier.
Floof, stop your dragon breath out the dragon
I'm
bird.
gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die. Oh shit, I'm so dead. Oh, thanks, Herbie.
You guys attacking me through the wall. Let me fair because I can do the same. Floof, stop jumping back. Here, go on, kill him. Yeah, that'll work.
I didn't bring no fucking food with me.
Let's go, Flu. We win. We're freeing our buddy, Toko. I can't wait to get a Toko. I want to get. Honestly, I want to. I hope I can get a chip that is like the takes no damage from
Dasher's
explosions.
nearby. Fuck.
Oh well.
That was really
well.
fast. All right, I'm back.
That was quick. Go Floof. Let me take their Pokemon. That was insanely fast as soon as I got the food. Aiko's running. If it wasn't mid-battle, I would have gone and gotten the food. I'm allergic to flame. Stop burning me, bitch. Brother, eat. And this fast travel point isn't up. I think it might be up by that bridge. Oh my god. Yeah, they're all dead, of course. That Mamorus has a massive AoE attack. It just stomps the ground and murders everything. I hope... Oh. Am I hearing things? I hope you're all doing wonderful. I hope you're doing great. We are having so much fun playing this game and hanging out with all of you. And we want to be able to do this forever. Up this path, that is. Oh, what? Oh, that's the wrong way. Okay, honey?
She definitely marked it complete before she gave it to me.
Oh.
And so I thought she dropped it off behind the house. So I was like, what? I was like, she just like put it on the ground and rain. I started went back there and she was coming around. So.
I delivered it before and just decided to do that. Some people literally have the phone ready to mark off as soon as they hand it to you. And, like, get the
I'm
next
on
order.
fire.
It's okay, my love.
It's okay. I'm on fire.
Oh, hot baby.
Don't die. Don't die, Roxy. Okay, she's fine. Where the fuck am I? Oh.
Not this schematic. This Aiko's on fire. This Aiko is lovely. I love my Aiko.
Oh Lord, you guys are a mess.
That was pretty lit indeed.
Wow. Wow, you guys are so cool.
I'm glad you recognize how cool our community is, my love. Our friends are the best.
I'll come back here. I'll come back here once. I gotta go back to the volcano once food's over. Good time. Light up your world. Bitch. Okay, drink. Cookie, some. Let's see if this one's mine.
Oh, they're doing.
This is my guess. My guess is
agree.
that this one's mine, and I could very well be wrong. It is.
Pick back the bait. That one was your one?
I don't know. Yes. I think. Yeah.
And then I move keyboard forward because I am unable to exist with keyboard too close to me while eating food. It will just murder.
They call green bell peppers here capsicum. For those who don't know what capsicum is. It's just green bell peppers.
Yeah.
The red and yellow ones are just red and yellow capsicum.
It's capsicum.
Everything else is the same. That's just bell peppers, I guess. They're not bell peppers.
You keep sharing.
How's everybody doing? What's everybody up to?
Everyone is having a wonderful. Ooh, ooh. Was it just the chipotle sauce you put on this?
I think so.
Ooh.
Yeah.
If you wanted some.
Yeah. Well, I will let you know if this chipotle sauce is acceptable.
Acceptable here.
Don't know. I don't feel like I tasted it. Try again. It's very subtle.
It's subtle. It's not overpowering.
But you guys are having a good time. Oh, while I'm here, I should put this egg that I found in here. Not the dragon one. I'm almost guaranteed that dragon one is a fucking Relaxosaurus. Well, this could be something. Although my bets are on a pirate, unfortunately. The fire dog.
French fire dog. Floof, learn more skills. I want Floof to learn every skill there is to learn from fruits. Floof must be able to counter everything. Even his own desire for blood. I come bearing gift, my love.
Do you think if I put Serenity on the doggin, I could get home faster?
On the who?
Doggin.
Probably. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. My love, I have gift for you right here.
Oh,
That was in the supply drop.
thank you.
I've gotten a couple from dungeons, so I thought I would just share the supply drop ones with
I
you.
appreciate it.
Not a massive increase, but it's massive compared to what we were at.
Just saying, when we're at this lower level, everything's massive.
True, yes.
I love it though. I'm having a blast. Like this is the most fun I've had in Palworld.
Mm-hmm.
Like since it's Subathon. It just feels so much more satisfying when you hit the next level.
Yeah, each level is...
Here, babe.
Oh, cookies! Did you take cookies?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna give you my cookies. My chocolate chip cookies.
Did you already finish your tub?
No.
Oh, yeah, half of it?
Yeah.
Nice. I might do the same thing, save the other half for, when I start getting the hunger again.
Yeah. That way. That way we can eat the cookies now.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta use that brain, you know. Upstairs, see if I got any more balls. What is the pal that increases like farming abilities of the pals that we do?
Cinema.
Okay, get me one of those.
Indeed, our survival got replaced hard. What is Ark anymore? Like, what, huh?
Something about dinosaurs. Heard about it once. Or twice a year. This dictator man, you gotta make me walk all the way upstairs to get some food.
I'm sorry that you had to go and get the food. If I wasn't in a fight, I would have run down.
Oh, no, you're fine. I know you've been dealing with your legs lately. Legs for
Yeah. It's good to know that when the fatigue starts kicking in, my legs start getting weak.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's annoying.
Yeah. This what it is.
Today was definitely fatigue sleep.
Okay.
Thank you for trying to wake me up for dinner.
Yeah, I did try. Like, for a bit, actually.
Did I respond at all?
No.
Oh. I was dead.
Only reason I knew you were alive is because you were breathing. Usually you try to even say something. Nope. Guess I could make a Nightwing saddle. Well, no, I can't. Let me go to the farm and see if I've got enough leather, because I used the leather to make Tristan's shirt. Alright, cool. I mean, yeah, urge to come out. Strange. I'm surprised there are moments when you don't feel the urge to get in.
How well it's correct. Okay, job at Subway. Never, never. I will never get a job at Subway, because that means I have to leave my wife to get a job. I want Scream with wife.
Jesus Christ. He's making a mess.
I'm a mess.
Uh-huh.
I want this to be job forever. Good morning, beautiful people.
Oh
Good
my
morning.
god. Okay, come on. She doesn't like people talking with food in their mouth, huh?
Good morning, beautiful wanderer.
Hey, Wanderer.
Yeah, no, that's picking up how well. That's really good. Yeah, yeah.
I'm surprised you ever lost the urge.
How well is the urge? Aiko asked me this morning, is it okay if we just do Palworld all day? And I was like, yeah, let's do.
I love Palworld so much.
Yeah, like community games are always on the table if we get enough people interested, but there's no point having us just like sit there waiting and have like 2 people join. Um,
Yeah.
when like especially playing Jackbox is fun with
Have
more
fun,
people.
Hika.
Yeah, have fun, Hika. Enjoy your pal world. I hope you are successful in the palling. Yes, and also good luck at work. And when it starts, get ready for that.
Oh, so I want to tell you guys a story about monsters dating monsters. It's a game mode in Jackbox where you're a monster and you're trying to date other monsters. I know it sounds really title was very misleading. Um, but the first time I ever played, I was playing with this guy, and he kept trying to like ask me out, but I like never accepted his date request. And he got super bent out of shape about it, like real life, like upset. I was like, "Are you okay?"
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
Alexa, stop. No. My new time of taking nighttime meds is right before I go to sleep, and my new time of taking my morning meds is right when I wake up. It's nice.
Or when you remember.
Or when I remember. Today it happened to be right when I woke up because that was exactly when she reminded me.
Anyway, continuing story.
Take your nighttime meds.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, it was just like he got really bent out of shape over a game. And I had to like pull him to the side. I was like, "You good?" And he's like, "You didn't accept my date request." I was like, "It's a game, bruh. You do realize I'm not actually dating anybody in this game, right? Like, you know my boyfriend. What?"
And then also, like, some characters in the game benefit off of rejecting people.
Exactly. It was just really weird. Did find out something about him later, though. Okay, that's a big tea. Okay, see, the thing is, I could spill this tea because you guys don't know who the fuck he is. But I found out that he started dating this other girl, right? No big whoop, but we did learn from that girl because she talks a lot. That apparently, at some point, he had a little hanky panky with his dog.
Oh.
Guys, please don't fuck your dogs. Okay, I know that I really feel like that's one of those things that doesn't need to be said, but you know, clearly it does. So I'm just gonna say, don't fuck your dogs.
Please don't, no. Please, no. I'm cookie. There's desperate and then there's that.
The best days of my life.
Get in this blue space.
Wait.
Ah, I'm getting attacked.
You know who the laziest person at your base is?
Is it me?
The person set to cool your fridge because all they do is sit there and chill.
And then I was trying to be romantic in the middle of
Al.
mountain garbage. Hi, Al. Thank you for the bits. Welcome in.
Oh Lord. Oh, Jesus. ever, never forget that. Just, ugh.
Happy day 4? Yes, it is day 4 part 2.
Yeah, it is day 4 part 2.
Fancy, fancy. We have been married for 1 year and 4 days.
3 days.
3 days. No, 4 days now. Off midnight.
Oh. We also got married in America, so really the time's all kind of fucked anyways.
1 year and 2 days. All over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is our...
The start of the subathon, the day 1, was our 1-year wedding anniversary.
It was our wedding anniversary debut subathon. Yep. Double debut subathon.
Yep.
A whole year.
We went out for pancakes. It was nice. And we were both smart and did not get each other fucking squat because we already spent a lot on these models. That was our gift.
We need to probably focus on saving for the next little while.
So we can get more pancakes.
Yeah.
And so we can get new GPUs so we can actually use our fucking models.
Our first goal, unless our computer's done, like, cocking it, is a car, but
Like,
we're already having some issues with these models being...
I want to use the models. I need to get more VRAM. Maybe we need to get the 24 VRAM. That way, we can do both. Or is that a network thing, do you think?
What?
Do you think if we were to do multiplayer VTubing plus gaming, do you think the limitation would be VRAM? Or do you think the limitation will be network?
VRAM. By far VRAM. The biggest problem we're having now is literally like GPUs maxing.
Yeah. Can't believe I was wondering when you guys are gonna hold hands. And you know, hold hands. We skipped all the way to series finale. Went to marriage when you were looking. Yep. Yep.
There
That
was
was
lots
great.
of holding hands and cuddling in the car ride back as soon as we met.
From what I've heard from other people, most of the time when the model is struggling, it tends to be a hardware issue rather than network issues. So, yeah. Alright, well.
Yeah.
Blaze Howard!
Currently, I'm not using the model because my VTube studio is just... The moment my model's loaded, it just slowly starts creeping up to like 100% CPU.
I can use mine, even though sometimes it's a little derpy, but I have my preview disabled on OBS, but if I have it enabled, then there's a lot of fucking desync with it.
Yeah.
Could be doing it right now. Hold on. Tristan. We're doing it right now.
We are. You can hold your hand, it's so easy. I love holding my darling wife's hand.
Hands are so fucking cold.
I
need to gain freedom. It's so cold hands, bitch.
Hashtag America gaining freedom from the clutches of an Australian hand.
Cold Australian tan, very specifically, okay?
I can't help being a cold-blooded killer.
Whoa.
Bless you.
I was saying, whoa to you being a cold-blooded killer.
Oh.
My burp wasn't even that crazy. Okay, alright, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna lay right here. We're gonna do some research, okay? We're gonna do some research. Okay? Because why fucking not? Okay? We're taking our time with this run news, right? We could do some research. Okay?
Yeah, take as long as you want, darling. My darling princess.
Alright, I'm bringing up ChatGPT. ChatGPT's gonna help out, okay?
What's the research you're gonna do?
We're gonna figure out
Finding the cure for
GPUs
cancer?
and shit. We're gonna talk about GPUs and shit. Okay.
Yes.
Let's ask. How are we gonna phrase this? How are we gonna phrase this? I need my sweater. I'm fucking cold.
Um,
Hold on.
I think a good way to phrase it will be beep boop boop beep boop
Well,
boop 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 boop. Beep.
weirdly, she understands that sometimes I just spam random words.
Does.
Hi, Sims. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Okay.
Hello, Sims.
Okay. Me and Tristan streaming. Okay, that's one. Period. My stream, okay, but only if OBS preview disabled. Okay. Tristan OBS not good with VTube Studio.
See, like GPU
Oh,
100%.
Tristan. Okay, yeah. OBS not good with VTube Studio. GPU 100%. Okay. Mine gets derpy and slow if preview enabled. I would like to have preview enabled. I would like to do VTube Studio multiplayer all the time with Tristan. We need better GPUs. Is that something that would warrant the 24 gigabytes of VRAM? Or is 16 still enough? Because it's not just VTube Studio, it's VTube Studio
VBridger
with VBridger, with
with
multiplayer, with Palworld, and or other
tits.
games.
And all other games, also tits. And
Also tits. And Lumia.
Tits,
And
Lumia,
Spotify.
Spotify,
And watching chat.
Inaccessible.
And restreaming.
Yeah, I'm restreaming. You're thinking
I'm
about restreaming.
considering TikTok. Tristan does.
That's
YouTube.
cool too. Yeah, my CPU is
For me
fine.
to do TikTok,
My
I
CPU is
need a
fine.
second source that's vertical. So still need preview. Okay. Actually, one of the few VTuber setups where the answer is just buy the biggest VRAM you can afford. From everything you described over the past few weeks, your workload is more like VTube Studio, VBridger, VTube Studio Multiplayer, OBS with multiple scenes, OBS Preview, which you leave enabled, Tits, Lumia, Spotify, browser sources, chat, etc. Restreaming to Twitch, TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, Tristan, plus Palworld, Unreal Engines, and other GPU-heavy games. It's honestly a pretty brutal workload for a single GPU. The important thing, VRAM is probably not your main bottleneck. Your GPU hitting 100% is usually GPU processing power not running out of VRAM. For example, RTX 3060 12GB often pegs at 100% for using all 12GB. RTX 5070 Ti 16GB is massively faster than a 360 despite only having 4GB more RAM. RTX 5080 16GB is another huge jump, even though it's like the same gigabytes. The reason OBS Preview tanks things is because OBS has to constantly composite and render another live frame. Multiplayer VTS also adds another animated model to render. Exactly. So what you're seeing screams GPU horsepower. When does 24GB actually matter? It helps with AI image generation locally, running local LLMs, massive Blender scenes, 8K video editing, huge texture mods. Games today, even modern ones, rarely need more than 16GB. Your VTuber software definitely doesn't need 24GB of VRAM. Well, not by itself.
All at once. All at once.
What I'd buy if I were specifically for VTubing. I'm suggesting all of that is running at once. Are you sure 100% that 16GB is enough? I'd be careful about saying 100%. I can't guarantee that 16 gigabytes would be enough for every future game and every possible creator workflow. That said, for your specific workload, I think the deciding factor is still more likely to be GPU compute power than VRAM capacity. Well, how do I know? How do I know? If your GPU is at 100% utilization while VRAM is only, say, 10 to 13 gigabytes used, then adding another 8 gigabytes of VRAM won't reduce that 100% utilization. From what you've described so far, your issue has consistently sounded like the latter. Your workload is definitely heavier than average. Yeah. Okay. Where I'd start considering more than 16 gigabytes. Someone told me they wanted a PC that would last 5 to 7 years, streamed every day, played increasingly demanding games, wanted to keep adding creator tools without worrying about VRAM. Then absolutely look at a card with more VRAM if the budget allowed, obviously. Not because today's software needs 24 gigabytes, but because you have more headroom for tomorrow. Obviously, that's what we want.
That's what we've asked for future proofing as well. Yeah.
We like future-proofing if we're going to spend a fuck ton of money anyways. If the price difference isn't small enough that it won't hurt your budget, extra VM is never a bad thing. It can only help when the workloads grow. If the jump costs many hundreds of dollars, I'd rather spend that money on significantly faster GPU or another component that delivers more benefit. Okay. Okay. So what kind of GPU increases processing power? What am I looking at even? I know the VRAM.
No more cores and things is always good.
VRAM increases. What is cores or what am I looking for when it comes to more processing power? GPU market gets kind of annoying because they advertise VRAM since it's easy to understand, more gigabytes but equals better, but that's not usually the biggest indicator of speed. Here's what usually matters in rough order. GPU generation, most important. Honestly, biggest thing. For NVIDIA, a newer generation is almost always significantly faster. For example, made up numbers just to illustrate. RTX 3060 equals 100%, RTX 4070 equals 180%, RTX 5070 Ti, 5070 Ti 300%, RTX 5080 400%. Even if they all had the same amount of VRAM, the newer ones are much faster.
Yes.
Also, I love that she said, for example, made up numbers just to illustrate.
Yes, that is good. It's good that they're not just saying these made up numbers are real.
Right.
Less hallucination, more
GPU
just like,
tiers. The second number matters a lot within the same generation. 60 mainstream, 70 enthusiast, 80 high-end, 90 flagship. So I already knew that.
yes.
CUDA cores. Okay, sort of. These are like workers. A GPU with more CUDA cores can process more things simultaneously, but never compare CUDA core counts between different generations. For example, 4070 has fewer CUDA cores than a 3090, yet in many games the 4070 is just as fast or faster. Each generation's cores get more efficient. Okay. Clock speed. Just like CPUs, higher is generally better. Again, don't compare this by itself. Memory bandwidth. This is actually a big one for gaming. Think of it like the width of a highway between the GPU and its VRAM. A wider highway means texture, geometry, and frame data move around faster. Well, I mean, what does that say? Like, just like memory? It would just be memory?
Which would be RAM.
Okay.
We're good on RAM. We're good on RAM.
Okay. So it says think of it like the width of the highway between the GPU and its VRAM, but the RAM is like, that's our RAM, our normal RAM? That's nothing to do with the GPU itself?
If it's just general memory, probably, unless it could be talking about VRAM.
I'll ask for clarification.
Yeah.
VRAM. VRAM is basically the GPU's disk space. That's actually got 3 stars. So like 5 stars is GPU generation, 5 year GPU tier. VRAM is like down to 3. Imagine you editing videos, you have a desk, a worker, VRAM is the desk size. GPU power, how fast the worker edits. If the worker's slow, giving them a bigger desk doesn't suddenly make them work twice as fast. Fair enough. For your setup, if I had to rank what matters, raw GPU horsepower, better encoder, newer NVIDIA NVENC, memory bandwidth, and VRAM. Okay. What is memory bandwidth?
It's probably talking about RAM. is my guess.
GPU core is the chef's cooking food. VRAM the pantry where the ingredients are stored. Memory bandwidth the hallway between. No, I meant literally. Like, what is it in my PC? Is it just the RAM? It's not your system RAM. Memory bandwidth is actually inside the graphics card itself.
Okay.
Yeah. So the GPU physically has on it the chip, the big GPU chip is a big square in the middle, is all connected as VTuber around it. Those connections are extremely fast. Memory bandwidth is basically how much data can travel between the GPU chip and its own VRAM every second. It isn't another physical component you can buy, it's a property of the graphics card design. Okay. What would it be listed as on the box? Question mark. Usually it is not listed on the box. GPU boxes are almost entirely marketing, so they print the specs people recognize: VRAM, RGB, triple FAM, OC edition, AI tops. Does not talk about the memory bandwidth, does not talk about the memory bus, does not talk about the raster performance.
So it's mostly just like nerd stats that are typically kept off the box.
But I need the nerd stats. Give me the nerd stats.
You'll be able to find them in.
Okay. So if you do want to compare spec sheets, these things I'd pay attention to: the GPU model, VRAM, CUDA cores, memory bus, memory bandwidth, boost clock. Okay. I think I'll just like find something and be like, okay, compare this to this. Like, would it be enough? Okay.
We
Okay.
should
So
also
you
look
have
at.
a handle on all the things I want to do. So if I give you GPU, you can tell me if it has everything I need.
We should also potentially look at a CPU upgrades. We might need better CPUs.
Mine's an i9 9900. Okay.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, I think our CPUs are fine.
Potentially, for now.
Babe, they're i9. Are people even doing i9s now? Although I don't know. I don't fucking know. I got this back in
There's
2017. What the fuck do
more.
I know?
There's higher now, yeah.
Okay. I get the carrier. User case specific. Nothing much better answer than direct to the GPU. Okay. This is gonna be a lot.
Forearm on
Okay.
my desk. Still trying to
Okay.
fix up the towel.
GPU. What am I looking at? What am I even fucking looking at? I don't even know. Amazon? Where do people buy GPUs?
Dedicated computer shops here. Scorp Tech, Eva Tech.
EBA?
Eva.
Eva
Or
Tech.
Eve, I guess. Eve.
Eva
I'm not sure.
Technologies. Eva Tech Australia. Okay.
Yeah, you're looking at like dedicated computer shops here rather than wholesale.
Yeah, well, that's gonna be expensive.
It's the only options we have. You could probably
eBay is
find
an
it on
option.
Amazon and eBay, but then you run into issues of you get a box delivered with like rocks in it or something.
I went to Eva Tech. I clicked, I wanted to see graphics cards, and it says, sorry, this page is empty. They don't have graphics cards.
Weird.
Something tells me this is not the place I want to go. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go eBay. No, I'm gonna go Amazon.
Go to Scorp Tech.
What is it? Scorp.
Scorp.
Scortech.
Scorpitech? Like Scorpion, but Scorp Tech.
Oh, I found it. It gets me. It's like, you're dumb. I got you. Google's like, Scortech, did you mean Scorptech? I'm like, yeah, obviously. Obviously,
Yeah.
that's what I meant. It's okay. She's new to Australia. She doesn't know.
There are also other options of just like general Google the card you're wanting once you find find it and then see if there's like any place offering deals on the Google page.
I wish like I knew even where to start. Like I don't feel the need to like give me better search options, bro. This is literally just graphics cards. Can't search based on any information. Like let me search by VRAM. I don't know, man.
Yeah, you won't be able to search by VRAM.
Can you recommend one so I know what I'm looking for? I'm using ChatGPT. Hi, Echo Shark. Welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing? I may or may not be
Hello, Echo Shark.
currently trying to do research on how to get a better GPU. What GPU I should be looking for.
Yeah, we're running into bottlenecks with our current GPUs with our models, so we're looking at upgrading.
All right, she's got 3 tiers. Top recommendation RTX 5080 16 gigabyte. Then there's the 5070 Ti 16 gigabyte if the 5080 is too expensive. And then
Is the 5080 out yet? I know last I looked it was
I don't know. I'm gonna look. The bed looks comfy. Yeah. Yeah, it's very comfy. Very, very good napping. Let's see. It says the third option is I never want to wonder again. This says this is the throw money at the problem option, not because of the 32 gigabytes of VRAM, because it's the fastest consumer GPU available, RTX 5090. If money isn't a major concern, it's the one least likely to leave you wondering whether another feature or game will push it over the edge. What I would not buy for your current workload, I probably wouldn't buy a 5060, 5060 Ti, 5070 non-Ti, because they're not because they're bad cards. They're good for a lot of people, but you're always seeing GPU limits today, and you're planning to increase the workload. TikTok vertical canvas, always on OBS preview. I'd rather buy something with enough headroom that you're not shopping again in 2 years.
yes, you want
So,
we want to get like.
are we throwing money at the? I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's try. I'm gonna take a look at the 5080 first. Let's see.
Let me have a look at some things.
Okay.
But we could potentially throw money at problem because I got savings, but also
We try not to throw money at
we
problem.
try not to spend their savings because they're savings.
Yeah.
More intended for future emergencies and things like
Okay,
that.
I'm gonna pull up the 5080 GeForce RTX 5080 from the. Why is it pulling up a 5050? The fuck? This is not what I clicked.
I don't think the 5080. Oh, there might be a 5080, but not a Ti.
I didn't even say. Oh, because I clicked the one above it. Never mind. This is labeled so fucking weird.
Yeah, the websites will always be weird because it's just going to be like a local made website.
See if we can't sort by price.
But yeah, when I was looking before.
Oh, there's one on special, babe. I like that they're all limited to one per household, though.
Yeah, they're doing that to get out of
People trying to buy them at some.
scalpers.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Especially since we're in a massive like global RAM shortage right now.
Okay.
Stupid AI data centers.
Okay, so we've got the one at the top that's the cheapest is RTX 5080 Gaming Pro V1 Boost 2617 megahertz, 16 gigabytes GDDR7, 30 gigabytes per second. I'm gonna copy this and ask her to let me know the let me know what the important numbers. What am I looking at here?
Dumb this down for us.
Okay. Can you dumb this description down for me, please? This is how I'm using AI. I'm using AI to learn, okay?
AI for Google. That's effectively it. AI for Google or
Exactly.
searching through massive Reddit threads.
Absolutely. GPU spec sheets are basically written for engineers. Let's see. Palette, the company that built the card, got that. GPU, actual GPU. Gaming Pro 1. Palette's version mostly refers to the cooler, appearance, and factory settings. boost, 2617 megahertz. This is how fast the GPU can run under load. Think of it like the engine's RPM. Higher is generally better, but don't compare this between different GPU models. The difference between 2617 megahertz and 2650 megahertz is tiny. For you, nice, but not something to worry about. Okay.
Something that we're going to need to ask is, do we need a better power supply system in our computers?
Ooh, yeah. Okay, 30 gigabytes per second. This is how fast the VRAM itself can send and receive data. Imagine every VRAM chip's talking about the GPU. 30 gigabytes mean they talk really fast. Higher is generally better. Okay. 256-bit. This is the memory bus. See, this actually describes all that shit.
Perfect.
Right? Remember we talked about the memory bandwidth. This is exactly how many lanes the highway has. A 256-bit bus is a wide highway. Combined with a 30 GPS memory, it gives a 5080 very high memory bandwidth. PCE 5.0. This is how it connects to your motherboard. Good news, you don't need a PCI 5.0 motherboard. It works perfectly in a PCI 4.0 and PCIe 5.0 slots.
Okay, so it's not. We don't have to replace our motherboards unless it's too bulky to fit in our computer case
Yeah.
itself.
3 times DisplayPort, 1 time HDMI, got that. That changes nothing for me. And then the design. Blackwell architecture is NVIDIA's newest GPU design. Think of it saying this is using NVIDIA's latest engine. If I rewrote the whole thing in English, a high-end RTX 5080 with 16 gigabytes of the newest graphics memory, a fast GPU, a very fast memory, modern display outputs, and support for the latest motherboards. Basically still saying it's how powerful it is. Let's see. What exactly? Okay, hold on. I'm going to compare it to other ones just to see the difference. Okay, so far 30 gigabytes, 30 gigabytes, 30 gigabytes. I'm trying to see if any of them are like faster than 30 gigabytes or any are larger than 256-bit, you know?
Yeah.
I'm seeing what differences there are. And I'm looking at the boost too. See, going up in price. Like, because I'm starting at the lowest, so I'm seeing like going up. Does one switch to like GDDR8, for example, or
Hmm. There is the possibility that it would get to the point that it's cheaper to just get a complete new rig if we need to replace too many parts.
2655 is the difference. Oh, it says different. It's tiny. Okay, hold on. If I search for most expensive. $2,760 is the boost difference between 2617 and 2760. A big difference. No, okay, it's not a different at all. You will actually see a 5.5% increase because it doesn't sit on a boosted clock. Okay. It doesn't look like there's really any difference. Is it just like paying for brand, maybe? Okay, I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy both the most expensive and the cheapest and ask like what the major differences are. Okay, I'm copying the most expensive and cheapest on this website, and I want you to tell me the major differences and how the cost is a factor, or how the cost is affected. That's the most expensive one, and then this one is this one. Okay. The perfect, this is actually a good comparison because both cards are exact same GPU underneath. Short version, they will perform almost identically. The Aces cost more because it's a premium version of the same RTX 5080. Let's break it down. The parts that are identical, right? Okay, all the stuff that is identical. Cool. Same everything. Where the Aces is different, the cooling system, this is the biggest difference. Asus ROG Astral Premium Cooler, quad fan design, larger heat sink, better heat dissipation, usually quieter under load. Palette Gaming Pro, good cooler, more basic design, still perfectly capable. The Asus is basically wearing a luxury jacket. The Palette is wearing a good hoodie. Both are still RTX 5080s. Factory overclock, the difference is not really that big a deal. Asus ROG card likely has nicer materials. It matters more if someone's overclocking or running the card extremely hard 24/7 or obsessed with temperatures or noise.
Okay.
And then there's brand premium, bigger cooler, better acoustics, RGB, higher factory overclock, premium components. You're not paying for more FPS or more VRAM or better streaming quality or better encoder or more CUDA performance because it's all the same. It says if the price difference is 0 to 100 AUD, get Asus. Nicer cool, it's worth it. 150 to 300, get palette, save the money. 400 plus, absolutely get the palette. The money's better spent elsewhere. And it is. Let's see. It is $1,000 difference.
Yeah, graphics cards are very expensive. I do not have enough wattage in my power supply unit
Okay.
to run a. I could at most get a 5070 series card.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. What kind of power supply do we need for these?
Whippa! I know.
Hey, Whippa. Feel like I told you mine
How you
already.
Whippa? How you doing? Exchanged ice cream. Oh my god.
Ooh, I would need to upgrade my PSU.
You know what's a good thing about you upgrading on your
How do you do,
PSU is?
Whippa? What? Oh my god, I can get it. Wait, no, because it's already plugged in. Like, we just swapped out the cords, remember?
Oh yeah, we did just swap out the cords. I mean, it'll come with, yeah, true, yeah. Never mind. But so we're both gonna need to upgrade our PSUs.
Yeah. Basically, I've got a 750 watt right now.
Dang.
Yeah. It says for an RTX 5080, it recommends a minimum of 8050, but recommended 1000 watt, especially for creator watt.
If we're gonna go really high end and get the 5090, it's recommended. Minimum is 1000, but it's recommended 1250.
I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna go back, and I want to look at the price difference because, like, I know that it's like, let me see, highest price. The highest price 5080 is 27.99, and the lowest price 5080 is 17.49.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I want to see what the 5090 costs because that interests me greatly.
You spent $1,500 today. Oh my god.
On me?
I got
If it wasn't on
Apple.
me, I don't care. No, I'm just kidding. What'd you buy? I want to know what you bought. I'm sorry. I was just kidding.
Back in the freezer with someone to get and got a new one out. Oh my god. Someone's got to get a refrozen melted ice cream formerly known as
Oh, rip.
on stick.
They're gonna be like, wow, this is weird. It doesn't come on the stick at all.
In a tub. I've had some of those as well. Mum once had her oh, it's a cornetto. Oh,
Oh.
that's gonna be interesting. The cone's gonna be all soggy. I've had soggy cornettos before though. Sometimes Mum's freezer at work is broken and she's brought home all the ice creams and like the stick is sometimes like out of the ice cream, barely touching anything. Really funny when that's the case.
Boy.
You look at the price?
Oh boy.
700 on the new chair. Ooh.
Oh, nice.
So
Our
look at-
chairs are pink and
They
they
are.
have bunny ears.
They do.
So, would you like to know how much it costs for one?
The rest in freedom. Okay, how much would it cost for one?
RTX 5090 X3 32 gigabytes DDR7.
Yeah.
512 bit. Not 256, 512.
Okay. I could double the bits.
$6,500.
We get a car for that much.
No,
Get a
I'm
graphic
gonna,
card,
no,
we can get a car
no,
for
no, no. Okay, so definitely going back to the 5080. That is a massive price difference, dude. Damn.
5080 is what? What are we looking at?
Cheaper end is I think 1,700. I think it was.
How much? 1700?
The cheapest one was 1,700, and the
Oh.
most expensive one was 2,700.
That's much more reasonable.
Yeah, yeah. This is the most expensive 5090 is $8,000. I could get twins to get me a model for that.
You could get twins to look at your application for a model
Oh, true.
with no add-ons.
Fucking love twins, man. But dude, she is
Oh, those
expensive.
models are so expensive.
Hi, Dami. Okay, so if we're looking at, okay, I'm just gonna put it in the cart. Okay, I'm not gonna buy it.
Mhm.
I just want to put, I want to put all this shit in the cart because I want to see. We can only get one per household, so.
We're gonna have to go to a different, different.
Well, no, I mean we might have different brands. Okay, so hold on. What the fuck? I was looking at this before. Oh wait, there it is. Okay. So one's gonna be $50 more. So $17.49 and $17.99. Okay, it's literally no fucking difference except for I don't know. I really don't. Hold on. I'll ask the differences between these. What is the difference between these two? I use ChatGPT for Google. If you don't like AI and you don't like people who use AI, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm using it for research. One is a cooler design, features, and looks. That's it. They're basically identical. One's designed to fit more cases, I guess. I don't know. One has a more robust heatsink. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, so let's add both the cart. Okay, get that one. We'll get that one. I tried ChatGPT and rage quit it because I don't understand it. Okay, it's easy. You just talk to it. Do you know how to talk to people? That's how you talk to it.
You know how to use Google?
It's better than Google because it's like you just like if you don't understand their explanation, just be like, okay, yeah, you just talk. You just talk normally.
Talk normally and then say I'm too dumb to understand this. Dumb it down.
You
for
could
me.
literally say, you could, okay. For example, let's see.
Explain
It says,
1.5.
if the difference is something like Gaming Pro, $2,000, Infinity 1850, I'll probably take the Infinity. Okay, I'm gonna say my response is gonna be, the website says I can only buy one per household, and Tristan and I each need one. So can I just get both? And they're about the same question mark. Okay, have fun with them. And it says, yep, if the restriction is one per household per exact product SKU, then buying one of those and one of those is often the way people work around those kind of purchase limits. But check the store's actual terms first because some retailers define household limits across the entire 50-80 category range, not just one model. Ooh, interesting. I don't think it's like that though. Okay. Now we have to look at the PSU.
And then. Good night, Dommy. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. Also, I hope you have some good work, Whipper. I wish you luck and success and glory and financial victory on over the over capitalism. Or something like that.
It's like trying to get a deal on Sorbet brand. No, I don't want a cable. I want a PSU, you turd.
Get me a lockpick, yes please.
Not accessories. ATX. Okay. So we can get, that's 500 watt, 500 watt. This will cheap. And I sort by wattage. I'm gonna type 1000 watt. Okay, there's a white one that we can get that's 150 bucks. And then there's a Cooler Master Elite Gold.
Yeah, PSUs are much cheaper.
$155.
The other thing we do have to take note of is the dimensions of them. Because we might need to get a new case, which then would mean we'd need to take everything out.
Mine's so chonky. Mine is, I feel like, absolutely gonna fit whatever the fuck I put in it.
Yours probably will.
Because yours. What's your current PSU?
The 750 watt PSU.
That's not what I mean. Like, what are the dimensions on it?
Currently I had it up before.
What? What are the dimensions of Tristan's 750 watt? What is it? Do you know the brand?
Just says F 750 watt 80 plus gold.
80 plus
Yeah, plus gold.
gold. Is that a brand name to it?
Don't know. That's just what it says in the order history.
It's like, I don't, he was like, I don't know the models, so I don't know. Depth is the one that matters for fitting, especially with RTX 80 because those are absolute bricks. Some high-end PSUs are 140 millimeters deep, 160 millimeters common, large. You'd have to look at the sticker on the side of the PSU.
I don't think I have to take mine apart for that. I'm pretty sure I can see it from my computer, so I just need to move my computer and hope everything doesn't crash.
I'm gonna swap to my who'd you take? My little girl, cause
Time ran out.
yeah, time ran out.
My legs.
That should get it to run a little bit better. Alright, well, we've done some research. If we were to, let's just add these two and see if we had two of these. This doesn't have a limit on it, so I'm going to get two of the 150 ones. Boom, they're in there. It's like $4,000. Jesus Christ. You guys want to contribute towards our subathon? For no reason, you know, no reason whatsoever. I mean, we just need money for no reason whatsoever. We just like it, you know. We just like money.
We're just greedy folks.
We're just greedy. We're just really, really greedy. We want to buy more tacos, even though you've never seen us buy a taco in our lives.
Take it off. It's running.
He's under his desk. He's under there. I'm gonna go stick my finger in his butt. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. That'd be funny though. Nothing.
I think you might need to,
What do you think I said?
sell some code
You guys want some toe pics? Just one toe, though. You get to pick the toe. But not the big toe. That one's special. You want the pinky nail? Pinky toe. I'm selling my pinky toe pics for $8,000. I'm just sitting here thinking, oh, we just really like money. Yeah. Exactly. Has nothing to do with how expensive graphics cards are or anything, and how we just want to be able to be VTubers, and we can't be VTubers if we're constantly having to, like, we want to be able to both be on the stream at all times, you know. But we can't right now because shit gets fucking laggy. I like beating up my house. Like, fuck this house. Do I have?
There it is.
What?
Evolve, AVOLV.
AVOLV. It's
AV-750M if you want in like the serial code.
AVOLV.
AVOLV.
Okay, and then what the other one?
AV-750M is like the serial code thingy for the type.
It'll probably take it a.
Physically, it's not a huge PSU. It should be basically around any normal ATX mid-tower case. The PSU itself is not going to be the RTX 5080 clearance problem. No, I'm just talking about getting a new. I leveled up somehow. I didn't do nothing. I was tapped out. Okay, I guess I'm level 17
I got
now.
the dimensions here for it as well.
She has the dimensions.
Cool.
PSU is actually easy because most modern cases support standard ATX PSUs, but the GPUs where people get surprised. RTX 5080 cards are chunky. If for Tristan's we need, find the case spec links is what we need.
I can get this. Valkyrie Coffee Lake.
Okay, hold on. Okay, say what you just said again.
Valkyrie?
Valkyrie.
Oh wait, no. That's the name of the deal that they had. Corsair Carbide.
Corsair Carbide.
275R Airflow.
Airflow?
Airflow.
That's the case?
That's the case name, yeah.
Case.
And a specifically tempered glass case black. If you want in the fact that it's tempered glass.
Tristan's case is actually good news. The Corsair Carbide 2274R Airflow tempered glass is a pretty roomy mid-tower. Yeah, so it'll probably fit. Case supports maximum GPU length of 370 millimeters, maximum PSU length of 180 millimeters. And the palette card you were looking at should be fine as long as you don't choose some absolutely enormous custom model.
What was that?
The ones we were looking at, the cheaper ones, should fit fine.
Okay, so everything that we're looking at will be fine, so the 5080...
I can get the cooking pot! Sorry, I got excited. Yeah. Hi, Bean. I do worry that he's gonna, like, take some money out of his savings to do this. I mean, on one hand, it's necessary. Because, like, absolutely our viewership goes up when we're both on screen. Like, it has been proven already. Like, yesterday's viewership was amazing, and most of yesterday we were both on the screen. It was awesome. I don't think it's just, I just don't think it's something you see very often. Most of the time you only see one VTuber. And like, people don't necessarily like having to go to both streams to, you know, see both of us. Got some new cool models and we got them the same so we can do it together. Well, like, that I do understand. Worrying, I don't know. Meow. I got a reptile, motherfucker. Okay. I knew it was gonna be a fucking Relaxosaurus, but it's got ferocious. I ain't too mad about that. Ferocious. I got a ferocious Relaxosaurus. I need 5 wooden boards.
I have the complete specs of my PC right here.
Some shows. Let's say I need like 4 boards or something. Said 4 boards, probably. I can get started making cake, y'all. I'm not saying I'm going to, just saying I can. Fuck, need 1 more board. I don't know why I thought it was 4. Enough. Wow. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but VTuber is expensive. First we had to get the VTuber models. That's expensive. Then we had to get...
Okay.
Now we're gonna get GPUs. That shit's expensive. This is why we have Subathon every once in a while, but not too often. Some people take advantage of that shit.
I can tell you right now, our CPUs won't be enough as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? How do you know?
Because they're outdated.
Are they like really outdated? An i9900K?
Yeah. They could still handle 4000 series, but not the 5000 series.
Oh, fuck. We need a new CPU, new motherboard, and new RAM because our upgrade path is dead. Because we have the best CPUs for our sockets.
Okay, so we need new motherboards. So basically, we need entirely new computers.
Fuck. Hi, Milky. That was not about.
Hi, Milky.
That fuck was not about you, I promise. Just
Fuck, it's Milky. Oh, base level 10. Oh, nice. Nice, you're at work, Nikki. Make sure to take it easy. Take care of yourself. That fuck was about you, yeah. Yeah. Definitely not the fact that we basically need to get completely new PCs.
Well, alright then. Hold on. Let's go lay our asses back in bed and do more fucking research. Maybe we can find a computer that's not super fucking expensive.
Now we're at the point of RTX or AMD. NVIDIA or
I've
AMD.
been a big
I think NVIDIA is just better.
I agree. That's why I've always stuck with it. And AMD overheats.
AMD has issues, but there are more budget-friendly options.
I know. See, ready to run PCs, gaming PCs. What do we got? Not good enough. Nah, I get to be fucking picky. I can spend $14,000 and get a really nice PC. Okay, graphics card. Let's see. Let's start with 5080. Okay. Hell, Core Ultra 9. Ultra 9. Ultra 9? Is that what it is now?
I have no idea what they're called now.
What is the new Intel CPU then? Core Ultra generation now, yep. Naming got weird. They basically retired the old i9 10900, 13900, 14900K for the desktop. Now it's Intel Core Ultra 7, Intel Core Ultra 9. This over here so I can still see chat. Definitely take care of myself. I get to fly back home on Thursday. Nice. I know you're going to be really happy about that. Okay. I'm going to also list 5070 Ti. I'm going to add that one to the list too. As like the lower.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to add Intel Core Ultra 7 as well as Intel 9. Nope. I need both. Damn. Give me both. Okay.
Well, we're looking at either.
DDR5. I don't want it to be black. Oh God. Am I allowed to be picky? No, picky makes it expensive.
We're looking at the low end of like 5K each.
Not necessarily. Maybe.
May you recommend the Adelaide supercomputer? We'll just go to like some science facility and take their supercomputers. Yeah.
I just want to like lay on the floor and cry. Does anybody want to donate $1,000?
Does anyone
Anyone want to buy me a new computer?
do 10 people want to donate $1,000 each for us to get new computers? Is what we're looking at, my love.
What am I looking at? Like, what is the other place called? The other place, the other computer place. Scorpion and what?
There's Scorptech and Evatech. Evatech's where I got my custom built PC from. Australia doesn't really have a good pre-built market. Um,
Would it be a lot more expensive if we order from overseas?
oh, it's going to be a lot more expensive to order from overseas. Welcome to the Australian computer market.
Celebrate our 8th anniversary Big 8 sale up to $808 off. Win your build pack. Oh, cute. Pre-configured. Oh my god, that's so cute! It does not have what I'm looking for, but damn, that's adorable. Babe, look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Come here. Look at this.
What are you looking at?
Isn't that cute?
That is adorable.
Not what I'm looking for, but it's cute. That one's cherry blossoms. That one's so pretty. Why don't you guys stop making pretty cases and just give me something good? Oh. Hello. I'm looking at Aftershock right now. Just grab a cardboard box and some paint. Yeah, that's fine. I'm sure it won't be a fire hazard. They spelled yellow wrong. And now I'm concerned. Babe, how do you spell the word yellow?
Yellow.
Okay. Just making sure. Get a Gojo case. That'd be cool. There's one's covered in kittens. part of the case. Oh yeah, you're right, you're right. I'll just use wet cardboard. Be totally fine. Not all floppy. Cute.
Yeah, basically. We're at the limit of our computers. Unless we look at the 40 series, which then wouldn't necessarily be future-proofing.
Alright. Ask. What kind of GPU or CPU should I be looking at if I want Intel?
How is Doggy the girl doing?
He's fine. He's died a lot today.
Yeah, I had Floof die quite a few times today too.
How much RAM do I want?
I mean, we're good on RAM. I've got 64 in mine. You've got however much in yours.
2.
That is your yeah.
Babe, can we fight the boss?
Yeah.
Alright, let's go to the next tower. I'm gonna search clues for next tower, all that other shit.
Okay. Well, the RAM generation's moved on to DDR5 as well.
I want to
Yeah.
focus on that a bit, but I want to do the boss first. Just want to get.
Yeah, we can go to the boss. I am up to reporting to the client, and then I think off to the tower.
I have to do search for clues about the next tower. I haven't done shit.
Ah, it's okay. We just rushed on the. Doesn't take too long to do that.
Yeah, I've read them, so.
Literally, run there, run to a different spot, run back, run to a different spot, run back.
Probably a different
Yeah, well.
flyer, but I don't. I am walking.
Oh, I'm walking here. Yippee!
Hamsters.
Hamster.
Hamsters.
Hamster.
I have so many hamsters.
Hamster. There's my love. You're riding inside the belly of Roxy. Roxy's eating you, no.
Sir, talk to me. Sir, talk to me.
You have been consumed.
Sir, talk to me. Ooh, there's a note here. A letter penned in crude handwriting. A letter penned in crude handwriting. Dear sir, thank you for helping my injuries yesterday, and thank you for helping the pal with me too. It didn't get hurt from falling to other pals. People was being mean to it. Do those people hate pals for some reason? I love pals a lot. Lots of my friends love pal too. That's why I hope someday we can work together to show those pals, those mean pal hating adults, how cute pals really are. Will you help us, sir? I actually ran to this location by accident earlier today, and I was like clicking on it, going like, "What the fuck? Why can't I pick up this pals here?"
Oh yeah, I did the same thing. I was like, wait, no, that's request. And because I was in the area, I was just like, oh yeah, I can just I'll just go do the quest. No, I don't have the lockpicking for silver chests. Whee! Nope.
I'm about to lose my mind up in here, up in here. I'm about to lose my mind up in here, up in here.
How's I hunting that Gale Claw? All the Gale Claw are doing
Important
is
to the
flying away.
client. Did you already do the whole like going in the cave thing and everything?
Yeah, I got the cave thingy.
Damn it, you left. You did all this shit without me. I should have been catching up. I feel like such a slacker.
I was just literally just in the area earlier. Stupid dire house trying to bite a Gale Claw.
That is hideout. Let's go. You angry dire house. Don't worry. I'm just a dire house as well. Just me.
The other option we have to save to elongate the amount of time we can keep using these computers with and have our models up potentially is to set everything to low graphics and performance mode.
That sounds awful. I want to breed.
I want to break free.
Do people use breeding in sexual terms? Because I use breeding in terms of animals.
Well, yes.
Okay.
It is the term used for the kink,
Okay. I did not know that.
but mostly outside of that, it would be animals. Yeah.
Okay. Activia. Random ask. It's not a comment. Okay, look. I say I want to breed in this game, right? And then there was one day my good notification thing was just, I'm just breeding today, right? I'm just talking about breeding in this game. And I literally had 2 people who were like, whoa, that's a status.
And that's a title.
That's a notification. The fuck? And I'm like, what?
You are streaming to a platform full of degenerates.
Perverts. You guys
And
are all
perverts
perverts.
and people who like.
Well, that's why I didn't know. That's why I didn't know that. I thought it was just like a pregnancy kink. I didn't know it was like it was specifically called breeding.
It's like a sub kink within that kink, basically.
What's the difference?
One's the act of making the other,
Oh, okay, I see.
and it's typically more animalistic, I believe.
I see. Okay.
Learning about kinks with Aiko and Tristan.
On next week's episode, we talk about vor. He's been on the internet.
I exist on the internet. I am a male existing on the internet.
I am a female existing on the internet. I've seen lots of kittens. And true crime. I get advertised. Kittens and true crime. He gets advertised. Porn.
Look, when the whole Twitter thing of Elon Musk buying Twitter and then like making it so AI can utilize any art posted to there, and everyone went to Blue Sky. I went to Blue Sky as well. That was a very interesting time because they didn't have people actually using sensors and filters and things like that for 18 plus content.
Deviant art taught me about crushing. There were lots of big ladies there on Deviant art. And feet. And
All of
crushing.
you streamers are talking about interesting topics. We're talking about feet and crushing and breeding.
We're at Team Plus channel now. We can do this.
It's just basically like
It's curious.
you exist on the internet if the algorithm figures out you are above 18, and if you turn off safe search, which is useful for actually finding things properly, you get some really interesting things.
The other thing I found on DeviantArt was people posing for stock photos. And it was like really fucking funny. Stock photos are hilarious.
Stock photos are, it's like,
My favorite, oh my god, I need to see if I can't find my favorite stock photo again. I'll post it in the Discord later if I can find it, but it's this lady in the woods and she's throwing spaghetti in the air. I love it. It's so amazing. I need to see it. See if I can find it.
dang.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
Google it. Okay. Stock photo, woman throwing spaghetti, forest. Truly, it's summer.
Why do you have implode floof? I taught you that skill, but it specifically didn't put on you. That was a hard search you had, my love.
No. Very specific. Hold on, I'll show you guys. It's my favorite fucking stock photo.
Floof, kill. Stop
There it
doing
is.
stuff.
Do you love it? It's my favorite.
I love that.
Oh, okay, now I have to kick her ass. What's your guys' favorite stock photos? I want to know. I saw this one of this guy riding a broomstick. But most of that particular channel, everybody was like in their underwear because it's like form-fitting. And so it's like just to help people like look at, it's not like stock photos, it's more like figure posing. It's like posing. You know, so you can look at people and be like, okay, well, this is a very weird pose. Like, you can't necessarily get it with like a little wooden figure. So it's a lot of random poses. Love you, Tina. She was hoping my thing wouldn't work. She was like, oh, I hope this store love aggressively doesn't work so I can fucking spam the shit out of it. So, beach.
Floof, why aren't you
I think
attacking?
I heard it at least. I don't know.
All you gotta do, Floof, is anything.
Are you fucking kidding?
Subhydra!
Are you hoping that Floof is going to be the warrior for today's battle?
Floof is gonna be my warrior to the end time.
Alright, just making sure.
I am gonna kill the Calamity with Floof.
Okay. That'd be beautiful. I love that for you.
I will never abandon Floof. Floof is victory. Floof is justice. Floof is love. Fuck off, Dig Toys.
What makes you love Floof so much out of all the pals?
He was the first pal I called.
I see. Did you just die?
I did die to a Dig Toys.
Was it because Floof tried to protect you and...
No. Floof keeps getting stuck in the floor and pathfinding and, like, not attacking anything.
Yeah, I could see how he's your champion.
It's because he doesn't have any good skills yet.
You've given him every skill you can possibly find.
Yes, and none of them are good. Most of them require proper line of sight, and the moment you go inside a building, the line of sight is fucked because they just stare at a wall.
You want him to have Holy Burst, I see.
Yes, I want him to have Holy Burst.
Yeah,
Floof must have Holy Burst.
I'm just gonna take this.
Floof must also have Dragon Meteor. Floof must
Nope,
have
no, get in the ball.
Angel.
Get in the ball. No, get in the ball. It's okay. It's okay. Calm down. Get in the ball.
I want
Get in the ball.
Floof to have like all the good base and AoE skills.
Get in the ball. No, just get in the ball. Look, it's okay. It's okay. We'll be friends. We'll be friends.
Pointing finger guy is a good test letter as well. Guy looking suspiciously.
Bitch, will you please just like pick a ball up that you like? Oh my god. Bitch. Get in the fucking ball, you hoe bag. Look, I don't want to have to hurt you. I don't want to have to hurt you. Get in the ball, you bitch. Cool. Now we can be fucking friends. Ooh, musclehead. Nice. Okay. I maybe got beat up a little bit before going to this water, but it is okay.
I'm gonna empty my inventory and then I'm gonna come over to the boss.
Love you guys. Good night. Love you, Whippa. Have a good night.
Good night, Whippa. Have a good evening. Make sure you claim victory in your dreams against the demons. The night terrors are coming. For all of us one day.
Oh, I need 2 of them. Go ahead. Get in the ball. Brittle and shabby, yeah.
No, honey.
I'm coming, don't worry about me. I got
Don't
2
mind
brittle
me.
and shabby Cinnamoths. Well, no, one's a dragon killer. My bad.
Floof. He's crying because I'm holding him as a meat sheet. Let's go, Floof. Breach and clear.
There's something wrong with my husband. He's broken and shattered.
What I don't get is why do we wait for the person to throw up the ball when we could just shoot him in the face with a crossbow when he's not expecting it? Or the her, I guess.
It's true.
It's Lily. Like right now, I'm walking up and being like, hey,
We could break her leg.
yeah, just shoot her right in the knee. To be fair, she doesn't have her Eileen in a ball because she actually doesn't need a brain one. Nice, go here. Loof, murder. Yeah. Whatever Yabushi has done is doing a lot of damage.
Well, he's fire, she's grass.
Murder, Floof. Oh, dragon ball.
Oh shit, get your ass over there. The fuck you doing? You stuck?
Poison arrow. Poison arrow. Oh, Floof. Wow, stop attacking.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I do not wish to be perceived.
I should have going after Floof, so I moved Floof away. Going after you. Yep, stunned.
How's she stunned? Oh, I guess Dazzy.
Floof does have electric attacks.
Oh.
Floof's got a dark, a dragon, and an electric attack. I was thinking more counter. I dare you try understanding my Floof. Poison my Floof! You bitch! Fight Floof! Yeah, nice.
We did it! Now
Floof
we can
and
unlock
Bushi.
breeding once we get to level 19.
Floof and Bushi conquering the world together. I can't wait until it's Floof and Ryuma.
I know. Me either.
Ryuma needs to use Floof as a shield.
Oh my god.
One day we will get
The surgery table,
Chop off their dicks.
which is 38. They're the double L levels. Oh, I've got the research table though. Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh, are you level fucking 19 already?
Yeah.
You whore.
I'm a whore.
Build me a breeding farm.
Okay.
Build me 4 breeding farms.
Okay. Where?
My house. I built it for 4 breeding farms.
Oh, nice.
Ah, fuck nuggets. I'm gonna die.
She's drowning, man.
I'm out of stamina. I'm out of stamina.
A pal you can hop on and ride.
Probably.
You can summon it right now and hop on the pal and ride up.
Oh.
And you can recharge your stamina that way.
Oh my lord. I was down to 300 health.
Yeah, I saw you. You almost drowned. After killing Lylene and Liz,
Then drown.
you drown.
Oh lord. I don't know why I decided to go this way.
Neither do I. If you jumped off the other way, we would have been like right at it. Hospital town. It's always one at the base of the towns. Okay, so the next place we have to go to is the Bikini
Buccanini.
Volcano, watching you with the volcano eyes.
I was trying to unlock a new fast travel point.
Ah, but you just didn't make it across.
I did not make it across. I did not make it.
Unfortunate.
Fortunate. Come, Roxy. We shall run. We shall talk to this guy.
Not at all.
No.
Baby.
Crossbow schematic 3 that I already have. I'm already using, I guess.
Rock and stone.
Got a tansy Ignis. I got a random dark egg. Rock. Want to rock. Tell you guys something. I'm stressed out.
Pressed out.
Yeah, also you're shiny.
I'm cool to stuff.
Oh, shiny! Hamster!
Shiny's a melody in my head.
Hamster. Hamster. My hamster down, fuck you. My lucky hamster, you can't have it.
You got a lucky hamster?
I got a lucky hamster.
Oh my god, it's gonna be so chunky. I love you. Smack you in the chest and you die. Love it. Different.
Why are both of these Dyros sleeping?
The piggy's so big I can't. Oh my god. Two charge.
Doesn't this guy have a quest over here? Guess not. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and end stream. So
You wanna end stream?
I am gonna end stream. If you would like to continue streaming, that is fine. I just don't want to be streaming right now.
It's okay, I'm happy to end stream too. Low energy day today.
I want to still build the breeding pens.
Yes, I'm getting fiber to make wooden boards and other things. And I'm getting ore to make ingots, to make nails, to make...
We're gonna raid. Oh. Guy. This fucker. This guy.
Can we raid him?
I mean, I guess we can raid this guy. whatever, you know. He's alright, I guess. He's doing art, I guess, you know, whatever. Whatever.
Who are we rating?
Nero.
Oh, we're rating Nero?
I have enough points with dress and adjustments. Okay, alright, cool. Alright, we're gonna go. Love you guys.